The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda D. Pritchett, District 7. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum, and I believe there is a motion to amend the agenda by Ms. Pritchett.
All right. Could we hold that to the regular meeting agenda? Okay. I'll entertain the motion.
I just want to know, we have, is this going to be, work session?
Yeah.
So we can do that?
Yes, unless you hear me? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, turn the mic on.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't.
Asked the city clerk, and he said that it would be appropriate, that's why he just mentioned it. Thank you.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to amend the agenda.
I motion to amend the agenda in section 4 to add point number 5 under presentations, to have a discussion related to a resolution to censure Mayor Khalid Kamountain for a violation of the charter during the 2024 inauguration. Second.
There has been a motion and a second. I will take this vote. Will you do a roll call vote, Mr. Clerk?
Roll call vote, Councilman Brown.
Yes, for discussion.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
No for discussion.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Bell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion was approved 6-1.
All right, we have that agenda amended as
swearing-in ceremony that was held on January 6, 2024. Judge Michael Sheridan, Chief Judge of the City of South Fulton Municipal Court, is present to administer the oath to the 4 council members.
should we all come forward? How do we doing this individually or?
We're going to do it all together.
Okay.
Mayor, we're going to make this very short and sweet. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to preside once again in swearing in the newly elected council member and the re-elected council members. We had a swearing-in ceremony on Saturday. That was a great affair, and want to thank you all for allowing me to be a part of that. Formally, we have to get your oaths on the record, so we're going to go ahead and have you all take the oath together. You'll just simply repeat after me. Let's try not to get this too mumbled, but this is a formality, all right? So we're going to have you all stand. Councilman Rao, we have Councilman Bell, Pritchett, and Willis. All right, and if you all could raise your right hands, please, and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear and affirm that I will honestly and faithfully perform the duties of City of South Fulton council member and state your district.
District 3.
By adopting such measures in my judgment shall be best calculated to promote the general welfare of the inhabitants of the City of South Fulton.
of the city of South Fulton,
and the common interest thereof.
and the common interest thereof.
I further swear
I further swear
that I am not the holder
that I am not the holder
of any unaccounted
of any unaccounted
for public money
or public money
due this state
due this state
or any political subdivision
or any political subdivision
or authority thereof,
or authority thereof,
that I am not the holder
that I am not the holder
of any office
of any office
of trust
of trust
under the government
under the government
of the United States,
of the United States,
any other state,
any other state,
or any foreign state,
or any foreign state,
from which I am,
for which I am,
by the laws
by the laws
of the state of Georgia,
of the state of Georgia,
prohibited.
prohibited,
That I am otherwise qualified
that I am otherwise qualified
to hold said office
to hold said office
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and the laws of Georgia.
and the laws of Georgia,
That I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and this state,
and this state,
and observe the provisions
and observe the provisions
of the Charter
of the Charter
and Code of Ordinances
and the Code of Ordinances
of the City of South Fulton.
of the city of South Fulton.
I further swear
I further swear
that I have been a resident
that I have been a resident
of the City of South Fulton
of the city of South Fulton
for the time required
for the time required
by the Constitution,
by the Constitution,
laws of this state,
laws of this state,
the Charter
the Charter,
and Code of Ordinances
and the Code of Ordinances
of the City of South Fulton.
of the city of South Fulton.
So help me God,
So help me God,
or so I affirm.
or so I affirm.
Congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The next item is the city manager report. Will be provided by interim city manager Sharon Superintendent.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city manager report was furnished to you by email last week, and I am subject to your questions. You also have a copy of the public works report.
All right, do we have any questions? I'm going to do this by a show of hands. All right, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to presentations for tonight. The first presentation or discussion is a resolution supporting and declaring a need for a hospital authority. This item is sponsored by Councilmembers Gumbs and Sebastian.
All right, did you want to say anything before you?
So we don't have a formal presentation. I know that there were some initial concerns that were brought to our attention. I do know that our city manager has done some due diligence as far as research and the establishment of these authorities. So she can share some of the information. I think you had a concern about feasibility and things of that nature and cost-wise, but I think what she has to contribute may be able to help us in moving forward. I haven't had an opportunity, and I'm not sure if you were able to debrief my co-sponsor on this, but you know, at this point, I think what she has to share is very helpful in us moving forward, trying to get some type of establishment in the city of South Fulton. I guess you can share that.
Yes, I want to say I did have some concerns. I looked over the resolution and it seems to be actually enacting the authority. There are some sections in there that talk about how we will go forth and name members. And I do think before we do that, we should do a feasibility study. And to that end, I know, Ms. Subadan, you've been working on some things, but first I would like to bring up Mr. Roger Reese, who is the finance director for the Fulton DeKalb Health Authority, which of course is the authority which finances Grady. I'm very concerned. We have in the past taken on some big projects and found out after we got the ball rolling that we had put ourselves over a barrel financially, and we've had to make some adjustments and do some emergency bailouts for citizens for different initiatives that we have. So something as complex and consequential as a hospital, I want to make sure that we understand what we might be getting ourselves into financially. And if you could just speak briefly about that, Mr. Reese. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for a point of order.
I was hoping to say something before we introduce the guest, if I may.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Sebastian.
We had a previous work session on this item, and out of that work session, I believe we had several discussions as to things that we would follow up on. Mr. Clerk, I don't know if while I'm speaking you could get the date in which we had that work session. But the sentiment from that work session was this is something that was needed. We know we had some details to work out. We wanted to get some more data and so on. As far as I know, that wasn't done. I don't know who was responsible for doing that. But I have to register my disappointment because I happened to have called a clerk on another issue late last week to be told this item was going to be put back on another work session agenda. And I think it's one of the responses of this legislation that at least something could have been said so that we plan the way forward. I have no idea what's going to be said today or what's the reason for the presentation, right? But obviously, Mr. Mayor, you felt it was necessary to do this. But I would just ask that in the future, if, at least speaking for myself, if my name is on a piece of legislation and you decide to do something different or delay it or something, just give me the courtesy of letting me know. I've oftentimes says, while you may have the right to do something, it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. So again, I want to register my disappointment that we're here without fully knowing what is going to go down today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, Councilman Sebastian. You are correct. We did say that we would look into the matter and try and bring back more details and information. And we're back with more details and information. The Madam City Manager has some details, and Mr. Reese will have some that he will share. I did reach out to Councilwoman Gums, and I'd asked her if there were someone that we could get. I think a couple of us were working on trying to get someone who was an expert in financial matters. As you know, hospitals are a multi-million-dollar venture, and we don't have a feasibility study. We did not have anyone who could speak with any financial expertise at our last work session. So we were working feverishly to get people here, and we just had Mr. Reese confirmed a few days ago. So my apologies for not letting you know that it was coming, but we're here. So Mr. Reese.
If I may add, part of when I met with State Senator Donzetta James last fall, I believe, we discussed some options towards having finance people to eventually brief us on some of these things. So Carl was not in that meeting, she was traveling. But again, if I had known that this was going to be a thing, I could have added that and, kind of looked everyone in. But I speak for myself, I won't speak for me. I just want to make that clear. So in the future, it's a simple text or something to get in contact with me. It's not very big though. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reese. If we could just maybe hold all of our discussion until after we've heard presentations from the people that we've invited Mr. Reese has traveled from outside of South Fulton. Ms. Subadin has some things that she would like to add. I'm just going to ask if we could hold that until we hear the presentations, till we hear the information. Mr. Reese.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council persons. Appreciate you inviting us here just to share our experiences with our authority. I'm representing Fulton Gap Hospital Authority, which is a unique entity. As you embark upon looking at an authority, authorities are all different by law in the state of Georgia. So we're unique in the sense that we're covering the city of Atlanta. We support Grady Memorial Hospital. We do not operate Grady Memorial Hospital. We lease the facility to Grady Memorial Hospital. How we function is that we provide support not only to Grady, but our primary focus is the community that support in the city of Atlanta. So the funding that we receive goes back to the community to make sure that they are aware of the health needs for the city of Atlanta, for the underserved and indigent populations. So we're there as a support to Grady Memorial Hospital. How do we function and how do we finance? Grady Memorial Hospital, we own the facility. They lease the facility from us. On an annual basis for this year, they'll pay us $3.4 million. We get additional funding from Georgia State University. We lease a parking deck to Georgia State. So our funding for the upcoming year that was just approved in December is $3.8 million. How do we utilize that money? We give it back to the community. We inform and educate the community. We have community health workers doing outreach to make sure that underserved and the indigent population is aware of the needs that Grady can provide, as well as other healthcare needs. So here, I'm just here to share with you some of the things that we do with the funding we receive from the lease facility at Grady. For the upcoming year, we will be spending $1.5 million to support things for Grady, as well as $0.5 million for various entities. These are the organizations we will be funding this upcoming year: Aid Atlanta, Georgia State Foundation, Jerusalem House, Mercy Care, Physician Care Clinic, Sister Love, Southside Medical, Dream Church, Impact Church, New Horizon, New Life. We provide funding. Each of our partners have actually submitted proposals in terms of how they're going to utilize their outreach to support the underserved and indigent population. So we evaluate that, provide funding so that they can carry out their mission. Our primary goal is to be a support to the Grady Memorial Hospital Corporation. They have their own day-to-day operation. For an operational standpoint, we're there to support because we own the facility. We're more than happy to support you in your initiative because, again, all the authorities in Georgia are unique. And there's no one shoe that will fit all. So it depends on exactly how far you want to reach to the community in terms of providing that level of support. So we're here to support you because, again, we all represent metropolitan Atlanta. So we're here to support you.
All right, Madam Subadin, I'll just ask you to if you could stick around, that we may have some follow-up questions. Madam Subadin.
Sure. So I am not an expert on hospital authorities, but had a good conversation with our financial advisor, Ed Wall, who is more of an expert, has good experience. The creation of the authority, I think, is not so much the challenge. The challenge is where we go from there. Just some anecdotal information. Fulton County subsidizes Grady by $60 million a year. DeKalb County subsidizes Grady by $20 million a year. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Right. The majority of the information that we don't know is what kind of payer mix we have in South Fulton. And that is that's the rub, because the majority of the funding that is supplemented by the local governments is for indigent care. And in theory, when hospital authorities were created, the hope and or the expectation was that the payer mix would allow the insurance and self-pay clients to balance out the indigent care. But in actuality, that is not happening in most jurisdictions that have a hospital authority. And so hospital authorities have the ability to leverage up to 7 mills. The majority of them don't leverage 7 mills. They pledge against those 7 mills. Is that correct? Which means it's an additional tax to the citizens of South Fulton. So a couple thoughts, and there's a lot more information that I've been made aware of. Obviously, part of the reason for having a public hospital is that you can draw on federal funds. The state doesn't fund hospitals, correct? Any funding that we get is federal funding that flows, that we would get is federal funding that would flow through the state. Additionally, the Medicaid supplement has been decreasing over the years, is that correct? Yes. And so as that federal money goes down, the need for local money goes up. And so a couple of things, I think before we take such a bold action, I think a study is needed by an independent third party, with all due respect, not Grady, but an independent third party that's gonna look at South Fulton, look at what they think our payer mix is, and then talk to all of you and get Are we looking to do an emergency room? Are we looking to do, OB and Peds are the biggest expense and the biggest loser. You subsidize those more than anybody else, and there's plenty of competition around here. So many of those questions are unanswered. The other thing that I think, just as a matter of good policy, I think we should reach out through possibly the South Fulton Municipal Association to all members to see if there's any interest by others in partnering with this. Certainly a hospital in the South Fulton area would serve everybody. So that's my recommendation, that we kind of not shelve this, but get some more data, get a greater understanding from all of you and from our partners or potential partners on what is not, we know the problem we're trying to solve, but what is the solution that we seek? And what is it gonna cost us? Because it will cost. 7 mills for us is a lot of money, and this is recurring money. And albeit that the authority may leverage that against the community, the citizens are your citizens, and they're gonna feel like you did a tax increase, a significant one. So that would be my recommendation. I apologize that we're not further ahead on the power curve with this, but my recommendation would be that we do more due diligence, bring you back more information, seek support from partners. There will be a cost to the feasibility study, and perhaps if we get other partners, we can ask them to share in that cost with us.
All right. The chair recognizes District 1, Councilwoman Dr. Rowe.
Thank you for the information, and thank you, City Manager. I remember when our senator and the representative from East Point came, some of the concerns I had was about who else will be participating, and at that point I thought our focus was on doing some kind of feasibility study. And so it seems like, I like your recommendation in terms of getting some additional information, because I do think it's a bold move. And also the fact that really, I think our data might be different than what we think it might. Right. And as you said, we'd be limited in the fact that with Fulton County Hospital Authority and Grady, that might be covering some of that niche market, if you will. And so I would hope that I think this is a great presentation, whether we're hosting, when we have Southwood Municipal Association, to let this be the topic of discussion to figure out where people land. Because I'm not clear if East Point had even passed the resolution. My understanding was that they had not. Okay.
Well, we'll have the clerk clear that up in a second. Go ahead.
Well, whatever, I think, again, the need for additional due diligence before we go out there and find ourselves in the situation that we're over our head, frankly. And the reality is that our charter also imposes a cap on how far we can go with the millage rate, and we at the top of it. And given this recent budget cycle, everybody was asking for a rollback. I can't see it at this time. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. In the last work session, we asked for several things. We asked for data, we asked for feasibility study, we asked for a list of people who will be willing to fund this authority. We know authorities have to be funded. And I'm searching, and my question to you, Mr. Reed and Ms. Subanan, did y'all find any municipality funding hospital authorities?
Again, that's part of the research. Most of them, as far as I can tell, are counties. There are some small areas that have done them historically. So you may recall that there was a tri-county hospital authority, which was cities, and it went defunct. Right. In South Georgia, there have been some small ones, and they have also gone defunct. So it can be done, but there's also some rules around how you do it based on population size when there's a hospital authority already in your county. So that's the kind of research that we need to do to get all those details to determine what can be done. And of course, I think, you all know that we would have to get a need. I think that will not be problematic given the void that will start left, but there's all these other questions that have to be answered.
I just want to preface to say that I'm appreciative of Senator James and my two colleagues who's been trying to champion this. But I want us to remember that, we're in desperate need of hospital services around here, but I just think that we should put more focus on the county. This is their area of responsibility of pushing this effort a little bit more. And the issue that I take with this is that we don't have our county commissioners on board saying that they are going to, help us fund this hospital authority. Not. And they are responsible for public health. And you just heard Mr. Reed say that, they're giving DeKalb County just signed an MOU today. How much money did they agree to give to the
that's in a period of time, the $20 million that you referred to?
So that's DeKalb County, and Fulton County is giving, and so, who's going to fund this hospital authority? And we already have authorities that we're having challenges with now that we may even think about, disbanding. So I just, we're in the business of municipal services. We still have roads. We don't have enough money to pay for. We still have parks. We don't have enough. We got some residents, some districts that don't even have parks. And I just think that we need to focus on our priority. I'm not saying we don't need a hospital services, and I'm just saying we need more research. And I don't want to be on the hook of creating an authority that needs to be funded, and we got other priorities municipal priorities that need to be, taken into consideration. It's just a lot of unknowns, and that's where I am. But I'm not unappreciative of my colleagues championing this. It's just that we asked for information that we weren't given, and I just would love to have that information. And thank you, Ms. Reeves. You have really answered a lot of my questions around who's funding the hospital authority. So just to recap, you said DeKalb County, Fulton County, and those are the two main sources of your income.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gomes.
So again, thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. It did answer a few additional questions. I was able to see part of your presentation you presented to, I believe it was East Point at that point in time as well. The thing that concerns me is that we're not actually, there is a timeline of trying to get the certificate of need. I think that is currently available. So I think that's why a lot of people are actually trying to move forward. We're trying to put something together. I do believe that we do need a more streamlined process. There are a lot of questions and answers that are unknown. We are in municipal services, and our job is to also improve the quality of life of individuals that live in the city of South Fulton. Even just this weekend, there was an incident that occurred at Sandtown Shopping Center. A young lady passed out, hit her head, and it took forever for any type of ambulance services or anything to get her to the nearest hospital. So those type of things concern me. Trying to figure out where we're going to move forward as a city. How long do we continue to operate without, a hospital? We are one of the largest municipalities in the, area. So again, for us, it's more about improving the quality of life, even if we have to be a little bit different and step out on just doing things different. So Ms. Subadan, I do appreciate your due diligence, and this will help us. I think when we have our municipal authority, the municipal meeting in May, that this should be a topic. It would be interesting to see what other cities would be interested in joining the cause. Because again, if we continue to wait on Fulton County, we don't know when that will be. So for me, I want us to continue to think, yes, there are a lot of needs, but also at the same time, we cannot sit back and ignore that we don't need a hospital to service our residents. So again, thank you for your presentation. I hope that my colleagues will again work with, everyone to try to get as much information as possible, because I do actually see that we may be the first to be trendsetters to start something different to move forward. So that's my comments. Again, thank you for this information. And hopefully, you said you would like to bring back a study. Do you know how much a study normally would cost for this type of thing?
I don't offhand, but it will not be cheap. What we can do, I do have a contact that I can reach out to, because we would need to develop a scope, and then through procurement, bid the work. And we can look at other studies that have been done to get an idea of how much it would cost. Perhaps it would be good in advance of that May meeting to reach out to our colleagues in the South Fulton Municipal Association by letter, inviting them to provide us with their interest as to whether or not they would be willing to participate in the feasibility study.
So I don't want this to get lost or shelved. So will you have somebody that is in the city manager's office that will challenge, continue to make sure that these benchmarks are met?
Sure.
Okay.
The way I remember it from the last meeting is Senator James and I think it was Councilman Butler said they were going to furnish us with additional information, and I don't know that we received that, and I'll be honest with you, the end of the year kind of came fast. So, but we will take it up out of my office, and with the help of some of my teammates, we'll craft something, try to gauge interest with the other members of the association, and report back to you their level of interest, and also try to get a lead on who could do this study, how much we expect it to cost, and then determine the funding source.
Okay. And I think you also mentioned something about our financial advisor with the discussion. And you said normally with, I guess with these type of development authorities, there is an increase in mills or something you just mentioned. And I know we have a cap in our charter, but.
Right, so they can leverage up to 7 mills per hospital authority.
because they're an authority, once you create them, I am not certain they would be subject to our real estate cap. That would be the type of question we would get answered in the research. And Ed would be helpful in helping us understand the financial part of it and what that would look like. But a big part of the question is, what kind of hospital would we need? What kind would we have? Because, a 50-bed emergency room is going to be, primarily emergency room is going to look a lot different than a 250-bed inpatient, all services covered type hospital. So, what do we need? What is it we desire? And then how would we fund it? Those are critical things that I think we need to know.
Okay. And lastly, you mentioned something I thought was very interesting and never really thought about it as much as we do engagement. Public engagement meetings with the community in regards to the type of hospital they want to see and things of that nature. Do you think that's something that we should kind of start, doing surveys? I know it's needed, and I think a lot of our residents have chimed in and said this is what they want to see. But I guess what kind of hospital and helping them understand it, because a lot of it comes on us. They think, hey, the city, we don't have a hospital, the city sucks, this, that, and the third, is their fault that we don't have a hospital, and that's really not true because they don't understand the certificate of need, then having to leverage, the state and all those other things. So we get a lot of the backlash. But I think there's some room for educating the community on how to go about getting a hospital here in South Fulton. So something that we can think about.
Yeah, and I think when we have the data, we'll be in a much better position to have those kinds of meetings and get those kind of input. And and ask the question, are you willing to pay $7 million for the hospital that you want?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the answer is yes.
Okay.
And that puts you all in a much better position if that's where, this leads.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Gomes. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you much for your presentation. I'm somewhat familiar with the arrangement with Fulton County and the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. And I know it is heavily subsidized by Fulton County. The thing that I believe no one on this council, I don't think anyone of my colleagues would say we do not need a hospital. Because I believe all of us have heard that from all citizens, right? Especially with the recent closing, I think yesterday, of the well-staffed facility, which, by the way, a lot of people were bypassing that and either going south or going north, even though there was adequate and very good services at that facility, because I've had some experience there. Not for me, but a family member. So I think looking into the possibility of having a hospital here is something that we owe to our residents, number one. Ms. Sudan, I would really like to see us charter a plan, even if it's with a loose timetable. I don't know if we should. We have to figure out as a government how we get our fellow governments around us to maybe buy into this or at least work. I don't think we should be waiting until May for a municipal association. If it's by then sooner or whatever, I think we should do it sooner rather than later. Also, I would really love to see us take this up with a discussion in the State Court. Because there's some information that I haven't discussed with anybody. Because we held this meeting on December 12th, in which the senator was here. And as I said earlier, I was not waiting until Friday. This was coming back on for the work session discussion. So I have had no chance to talk to anybody about this, right? So I haven't shared some of what I know. I am not here to form an authority for a hospital to increase our taxes by $7 million. That's not the idea at all. We need to figure out funding. And that's one of the discussions that I had with the state senator when I spoke to her. And then probably spoke for about 2 hours, 2+ hours. And so I'm concerned. I don't want us to leave here and give the public the impression that we're doing this out of tax dollars. You all have heard me say forever, we cannot fund everything on the backs of our homeowners. We have to find ways to get more outside money. I hear and I see it on the internet every day. There's funding for this and funding for that. You know, we were supposed to do a particular policy and do certain things to help us get some outside money. We have not done that as a city. So again, I'll say to everybody, let's take our time. Let's make sure we chart our path, put a plan together, get the relevant data, get the study together, and make a decision. But I, for one, I'm not going to back down from this until it comes to a point where if something says we really can't do this as a city, then I have an explanation to go and give my residents. Here's the reason why we cannot do this. But until then, whether it's lobbying the other cities, lobbying Fulton County, I will do whatever I have to do to do this, because we have a shortage, as we all know, of health facilities in this part, not only this part in our city, but this part of our county and our region. So this is not a nice to have. This is something that we have to have. People have died because we haven't had a hospital close by, or we have to wait till an airlift, right? We can't continue to have that happening in the region. We'll be doing this service. So, thank you.
I just have just keep hearing the recurring theme in terms of the funding. And I just leave this with you is that, as you mentioned, the funding is not necessarily all public funding, but private funding is a significant role in terms of funding our structures. We get a significant amount of funding from private donations. And for example, the Corral Center, new addition to grading, was funded almost half by private donations. So just like to make sure you're aware that it's not all on the backs of the public, but there are private donors out there. So I just encourage you to look at that as an avenue as you look at funding of authority.
All right, well, I have some follow-up questions. First, I do want to gently push back. You know, I gave a whole speech about having a civil discussion, so I want this to be civil. But I'm concerned about us having conversations in less than a quorum. We did that with the sanitation ordinance. And then it came forth and it was voted on and we couldn't have any public discussion afterwards. And we are just now figuring out how to financially make that work. And that was only a few $100,000, a few $1 million. This is much bigger than that. So first, Mr. Adams, are we clear that the city of East Point, because there's some discrepancy, we've heard varying accounts, did they pass this ordinance?
Yeah, I can't definitively say yes. I did speak with the city clerk, but she said she had to get back with me after doing research. So I personally can't say definitively yes.
Okay. My next question is, I definitely think we need a feasibility study. One of the most concerning parts of the resolution as it's currently written is you know, be it further resolved that there is hereby activated in the city a corporate and politic known as the Hospital Authority of South Fulton. So this is in action creating a hospital authority. It's taking a step to do something that we might not have had a feasibility study for. At least that's how I'm reading the language. So what I would hope, one of the changes that I would hope is that we would just change all of that language and say that we are going to enact a feasibility study for a hospital authority. But do you, Mr. Reese or Madam Subadan, do you all have any idea of what a study like that would cost? Is that $100,000? Is it $400,000?
It's hard to say, you know, I don't like to throw out numbers because then generally people look towards that that's what it's going to be. But I think there are some studies out there, feasibility studies, and I just would encourage you to just take a look-see at those particular studies and see, and get it, you know, ask the question, how much did you pay for this study?
Got you. Could you give just an estimate? So we have, and again, if you can't, I understand if you don't, but I think these are some of the questions that we will probably answer in the study. But for if it's the city of South Fulton, which is currently 108,000 people or so, and then East Point, which is like maybe 36,000 people, if we think about, you know, extrapolating for the future, so maybe 200,000 people, a hospital, how many beds or what size hospital would work for a place of that size?
I think that would come out of your feasibility study.
Okay.
And again, you know.
All right, and this is, I want to ask specifically about Grady now, because I do think that a lot of people from South Fulton have utilized Grady, and one of the reasons that Grady is getting tens of millions of dollars annually from Fulton and DeKalb is because we have significant Medicare and Medicaid populations who maybe don't pay their bills for the emergency room when they leave. How much a year is Grady writing off for that sort of?
I don't have the details in terms of how much they're writing off in terms of Grady. I can only tell you, share with you their actual budget. Grady has a budget for this year of $2 billion, and that is being utilized to operate that hospital. So.
You said $2 billion?
$2 billion.
Okay. All right, and then, and this is more of a legal question, because again, I'm concerned about this language about activating an authority and appointing boards of directors. Are they completely, I guess you're completely financially independent from the county?
We're independent from Grady Hospital. Grady is almost like you buy a car, you decide to lease it. We're leasing the facility. We own the facility. So for the use of that facility to provide medical care to residents of the city of Atlanta, Grady pays us a fee, and that's how we utilize or receive money in order to provide services to the community. So it's like they're leasing the building, we own the building.
Does
that answer your question?
Not quite. I guess my concern is does the authority have the authority to incur debt for Fulton or DeKalb that they would be obligated to pay off?
We incur debt on behalf of Grady. For example, the Corral suit. We had to sit down with Fulton and DeKalb, as well as private investors, to make sure that we had enough money to build the Corral Center, but it also pay off the debt as related to that facility. So we're the one, since we own the facility, we're the one that actually incurred the debt.
The authority itself, and it's not backed by like the full faith and credit of DeKalb or Fulton County.
Funded via DeKalb, Fulton, and private investors. So the authority, you know, we're the one that is ultimately responsible for that debt. But it is supported by the commitment by Grady and supported by Fulton, DeKalb, and private investors to make sure we meet that debt obligation.
And so, and if you didn't, though, Fulton or DeKalb would not be obligated to pay?
No, they're obligated by law.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that's you know, that's part of the concern that I have. So I would hope that when we do bring this back, that we would have some language in the resolution, even beginning with the feasibility study, that we as a city would not pay for more than 50% of the study. There would be things to make sure that we would even name the authority, the South Fulton East Point Authority, that we would list East Point in the resolution. I just want to make sure that if we get into this, that we are legally binding other people with us, and that we don't end up holding the bag because of how we have written either this resolution or any subsequent resolutions. And with that, I will yield. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all the questions that you're answering. With regard to, so my first question is, the authority would be the owner of the land that would be acquired to start construction. Is that correct?
We'll own the land and the building.
The land and the building. And will
If you decide to go that option, because there are other authorities that operate a little differently, but we would ultimately, for Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, we own the actual facility.
Now, would you also work with other foundations and nonprofits in terms of being able to acquire funding or donations that would be made to be able to provide those donors a tax write-off type of benefit?
When you say we, meaning the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, or your authority?
The authority that we're talking about.
Okay, your authority, it depends on how you set your authority up. And so that it is very clear that these are the roles and responsibility of the authority. Because again, the law is somewhat very flexible here in Georgia, so that each authority is somewhat unique. It depends on exactly what avenue in your feasibility study recommends.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
I want to have a sense of how we're going to move forward and who's going to be responsible for what, because, Mr. Mayor, I heard you said about you're uncomfortable with people talking in less than a quorum. I don't know how we get work done with our colleagues if we don't talk in groups of less than a quorum. So I'm hoping that as we move forward, before we come into a forum like this, that at least Councilmember Gums and I would be brought up to speed, not even brought up to speed, but be involved. And so we can also download some of what we know and what we learned so far. At least at a minimum, I hope that happens. But again, if this body so choose that they're going to go into a different direction and handle it differently, then I'm okay with that too. But my recommendation is, just like we have done with other initiatives in the city so far, and until this one I never heard that was the problem, we should have folks involved from this body, because at the end of the day, we're going to be talking to other elected officials about this as well. So that's my final comment.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
Again, thank you all for your comments. And the resolution was approved in the city of East Point. That particular resolution was sent over to our city attorney. I'm not sure, based off of what the city of East Point have, is very, very generic. I probably need to go back and look at and see if anything or any additional language was added to our particular ordinance or resolution that may be causing a lot of heartburn, but it's pretty much, and that's why when we had our conversation, Mayor, it just said that we were pretty much looking into establishing a hospital authority, not actually going through the process. It mentioned the same way we did any other authority within the city of South Fulton by having appointed board members for each particular area and things of that nature. But it's also, as a technicality, on the consent agenda, so I would like to remove that from the consent agenda. So I will make a motion to remove that when we go through the process to make sure that we have that. But again, we're going to allow Ms. Subadan to do her due diligence and bring this back. I don't want the more we keep talking about it, the more we try to bury ourselves in a bigger hole in regards to something that we desperately need in the city of South Fulton. So if we could move forward with allowing Ms. Subadan, I know we have plenty of other presentations that are on the agenda as well.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
East Point did pass the resolution, but they passed the resolution without funding. And that's what I don't want us to do. So the resolution, they passed the resolution without funding or without a mechanism to fund the authority. And that's what I don't want us to do. When we establish an authority, we know authorities have to be funded, and I would like to know how we're going to fund the authority, where the money is going to come from, who's going to be responsible for funding the authority. So I do want more information, and I look forward to getting that information back from Ms. Subadan and whoever else has it. I know I've researched, and I don't see any municipalities in the state of Georgia funding hospital authorities. If there's one, bring it to the council so we can figure out how to get this hospital authority funded. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close this out. I think this was a fruitful and necessary discussion. We are going to be talking about many things at our retreat. One of them are committees. This might be the kind of topic that deserves committee discussion. Maybe some separate breakout that is public, where the public can be involved and hear what is being discussed. I do think that transparency will be important on this issue, as citizens may end up having to foot at least some part of the bill. I hear your suggestion, Dr. Rowell, about bringing it to the South Fulton Municipal Authority. So we have our first meeting in a couple of weeks. I will make sure that I'm there, and we'll poll the room there and online as well to see where people are with this. I think that we will have many more discussions. This will probably, again, I think something this consequential deserves to be heard in maybe a few more work sessions. So maybe we do some talk behind the scenes, but we either have work sessions or some sort of public meetings where we can figure out how this would all work and who would be our partners in it. But thank you so much, Mr. Reese. Thank you, Ms. Subadan, for the research that you were able to bring to bear on this. And thank you all for the discussion. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 3 on the printed agenda. Discussion, proposed Kwanzaa holiday resolution, sponsored by Mayor Khalid, and there's a presentation, I believe, by the Human Resources Director.
All right. Ms. Redfern or Ms. Subadan, I guess, because we're not supposed to direct staff. Ms. Subadan.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I was asked to put together some information on what this would look like from a cost standpoint and some of the benefits of adding the additional holidays. So what was asked was to look at the addition of observing Kwanzaa officially for the city. We do have some overlap in there with Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day already being observed holidays for the city. So for these 7 days, for the next 2 years at least, it would add an additional 3 business days that would have to be observed as a holiday. So right now, we don't currently have, I couldn't find any other cities that currently have this as a recognized observed holidays. So really, this would be at the forefront of putting this as a recognized holiday. I know Christmas and New Year's are out there pretty much for all cities. And one of the other options that some cities do utilize is floating holidays, which we don't currently have either. The next slide will detail some of the cost projections based on payroll that has been spent on holidays this year for keeping emergency personnel, any personnel that might be needed to staff city events that may be happening at that time, to maintain all essential personnel and staff. So $354,000 for 2024 and $372,000 for 2025 are the projections, and you can see the specific dates that the closures would require. On the next slide, we have some additional information of what this would look like from an employee engagement standpoint as well. So this past year on that same week, we had 118 employees who utilized leave between December 26th and December 28th, which were the 3 days that the city was open and we did not have closures for holidays. So obviously we would save those employees having to use their accrued leave for that time. That's clearly a significant portion of our employee base, especially when you take out emergency personnel. I mean, we're looking at probably about a third of our staff who would have been working, who were utilizing leave during that time off. Obviously, time off, work-life balance, vacations, and holidays are consistently ranked as one of the top job satisfaction factors. So providing this time off for employees, whether they celebrate and recognize the Kwanzaa holiday or not, is in that same time period when many employees are traveling and taking leave to celebrate time with their families. So it would be celebrating the diversity of our residents and community. It would be providing opportunities for employees to take a break, reduce stress, kind of wind down during that busy holiday season and come back ready to work at the beginning of the year. Any questions?
Awesome, thank you so much for that. If you could just go back to the slide with the cost and the actual days that people would be off. I think it is important to highlight that between Christmas and New Year's, we're closed because we recognize, depending on how it falls, the day before and then the day after, we were literally only open for 3 days.
Correct.
During Christmas and New Year's, and City Hall was virtually empty. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Do you have any data you can share in terms of how City of South Fulton compares in terms of the days we offer? Because I know at one point we offered more days off than any municipality a couple years ago.
We're still at the high end.
Okay, I recall that. And I also am intrigued by the fact, though, people have their own beliefs and they may want to do a day that's different than Kwanzaa. I did not realize we don't have a floating holiday, which I would absolutely support so that people can celebrate whatever they feel is appropriate based on their religious beliefs. So given that, would we be looking at the fact that you said there's roughly 372,000 if we adopted this in terms of coverage? Have you done any analysis if we did, say, a floating holiday, which they could use those days if they so choose?
So that would be the cost projection for adding 3 holidays. So it would essentially
so
work
third
out.
Of it.
Yeah.
A third of it if we did, one additional floating day or whatever. Okay. I guess that really answers my most immediate questions in terms of, I hope we look at something that's floating so as not to offend anybody else who may have a different religious preference.
All right, the chair recognizes, we'll just go around if anyone, or while he's bringing the queue up. Yeah, it's coming up. There we go. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
So, Ms. Redfern or Ms. Subidan, either of you could answer this question. So, because we are tasked and charged with delivery of municipal services, what happens when citizens start calling us or C-Click Fix or the police or whoever or whatever, and it's just nobody there? How do we handle that?
So, our essential services are going to be covered. That's hence the cost, right? Because they're essential services that we have to provide. We don't get to close those, and that's why there's a cost, because those employees would be owed holiday pay or overtime pay because they're working when others are off. So hopefully that answers the question. There's, there are emergency services that we have to provide 24/7.
Okay, so I guess now I will express what I feel about this. So what I see is in terms of essential personnel, like police, fire, their other departments, these people don't ever get a break. And I feel their pain. We don't get a break either. And the thing is that, like, I don't want this to sound rude, but I really do not understand the motivation for this, because we're a brand new city still. And, you know, over the holiday, there was an issue with trash, illegal dumping, a lot of different things. And some of those people, they need a break, but yet somebody has to respond to these things, because this is our duty, you know. So I really love the aspect of people need a break, people need time to refresh, but this is only going to benefit some and not all. And then it's going to create another complexity for council and those that deal with a lot of requests, complaints that come to the city. And I just don't believe that we're at the stage where things are running smoothly on their own, where we can just forego an additional 3 days. So I just really think that we need to think more carefully, in addition to, you know, how the public views this. We have just increased wages all across the city, and then now we're going to do another dump of allocation of funds, and it just it doesn't work well for me. And I yield.
All right, Dr. Rowley, you in the queue again?
No.
Okay, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo the sentiments of both Councilmember Royal and Pritchett. Thank you, Councilmember Royal. I was going to ask a question as to why we're not utilizing floating holidays. Yes, I am concerned that in essence we'll be closing City Hall for a week at the end of the year. I honestly don't think that is the right thing to do. I love our employees. I'll fight for them every day to get a wage increase every year if we can. But I think offering things like additional floating holidays, so if people want to use it at that time, they can. But let's be realistic. Probably not a lot going on there that week either. But for the people who do need us, we need to be there for them. And that's how I feel. I don't think we should shut the city down for an entire week. I think we should seriously consider the floating holiday thing and do it that way. People have contacted us, and things do happen. At the end of 2022, I believe, we had a cold freeze. That was in the middle of winter. And I personally was away and had to manage some stuff from being away. And I don't know what I would have done if I would have called Chief or one of the other employees and said, hey man, we need to get water over there to Fire Station 6. And it was like, well, you know we're on leave this week, right? Okay. So I think we need to be very careful with this. Offering the floating holidays and let people use them how they want, because other people may have things that they want to take off during the year. I celebrate my father's passing. I don't want to talk to anybody today. I want to be at home. And so that's what I would support, floating holidays versus shutting the city down for another week. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Councilwoman or Mayor Pro Tem, still for a few hours, Williams Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Redfern, for the presentation. The question that I have is obviously Christmas is a holiday that is universally recognized pretty much around the world. Kwanzaa is a holiday that targets a very specific demographic of celebrants. Has there been consideration given to what, if we were to go down this path of doing Kwanzaa, what does that mean for Ramadan and for Hanukkah? Because there are other religions that have periods of celebration and reflection within their faiths. And I would find it very difficult, without knowing the religious affiliation of all employees, I would find it very difficult to do Kwanzaa and not also do Ramadan and do Hanukkah, which of course then now we're talking about a very large menu of days that the city will be closed to the residents that pay the taxes to get the services from the city hall. So if you could just kind of help me circle that square on, if we do Kwanzaa, then what for other similar observances?
Right, and the option of the floating holiday that was discussed would cover those options for all of our employees. I believe the intention was to kind of bridge that gap between Christmas and New Year's, where we were open for a couple of days and had a lot of employees on leave and saw a reduction in services.
And how many floating holidays would it be? Was the suggestion, was it for 1, 2, 3?
So to be equivalent to this would be 3, but right now we have none, so I think even 1 would be a positive.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. I feel like we in a city where we say, you get a holiday, you get a holiday, you get a holiday. We can commemorate things without making everything a holiday. And I am in agreement with creating a floating holiday, but in the vein of we are already providing more holidays than any municipality in the state of Georgia. And I think we need to not put ourselves in a position where we are creating holidays for one segment of religion over the other. The floating holiday will alleviate that, and I've worked for several companies who had floating holidays. But I think it should be one floating holiday. We're in a business of service, and even with the holidays that we do have, I rode around along with Councilmember Gum. She was doing the same thing one day, our districts, and our city looked like a dump. I mean, trash was everywhere, and there was no one to call because it was a holiday, and and rightfully so, people deserve their time off during the holiday. But I can only imagine what it would be like if we were closed down for a whole week, and when residents can't get in touch with staff, even when we're open, they say they can't get in touch with staff. They do blow up our phones. So I'm in agreement with Councilmember Pritchett. I feel like I haven't had a break in 6 years. Really 10, because before that we were fighting for cityhood. So, and I don't get paid to do operations. and would love to be out of operations. So I don't agree with a whole week of shutdown. I respect people who celebrate Kwanzaa, but we just need to get out of giving holidays for this, for certain holidays, and just provide one floating holiday and let people celebrate however they feel like they need to celebrate. And I am opposed to the week shutdown. We're in the business of service, and we need to be providing service. We pay our employees very well for them to do their jobs. Very well. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you for your presentation. So just for my own edification, are there any other municipalities in Georgia that has provided, I guess, holidays for Kwanzaa?
Not that I was able to find.
How about any other municipalities within other states, or have you seen anything of this nature?
Not that I was able to find.
Okay. With the floating holidays, how will you make the decision or determine if 1 to 3, is it based off of employee size? What, as far as making the decision whether you do 1 floating holiday versus 3, or is that just left up to the body?
Yeah, that would be left up to the body.
Okay.
And budget.
And budget?
Yeah. So we didn't have this budgeted. So if we were going to do this, this would be something that would be effective in the next budget year.
Okay.
Or any version of this, whether it's a floating or more than one, or a couple cities did shut down the week between Christmas and New Year. They didn't label it as Kwanzaa, but basically just because of how the holidays fell, there were a few cities in the metro that did shut down this last in 2023. But for our purposes, we would have to budget it, so we would have to program it in next fiscal year's budget.
So when you say shut down, just using minimal staff, or or leaving the discretion up to the department heads?
No, they shut down. They
actually shut down?
Yeah, but all essential services continue to work, which is why it's a cost. To your point, the emergency number for Public Works doesn't get, they just don't get to not show up. If coincidentally, 20 minutes ago, we had a tree fall outside. It's after normal work hours. Well, people are responding to deal with the tree. Literally, a tree fell outside. And so, those services have to be provided, which is why there's a cost, because you have to have people either staffing it or on call for emergencies when they happen.
Yeah, and I think Mayor Pro Tem makes a very valid point that it also creates and open up more doors where you have to look at other, religious factors and things of that nature, and that also opens us up to more, I guess, if you lawsuits and discrimination in case, somebody say, oh, well, you didn't recognize this or you didn't recognize that. So I commend Mayor for his efforts, but, again, I think it deserves a little bit more. I think the floating holiday works. I remember using plenty of floating holidays in corporate America, and then also too getting paid to do nothing on a floating holiday. So I hope that will be the direction that we'll take versus doing the whole 7 days. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Ms. Superdan, and when individuals have to work on a holiday, that is considered, that has to be taken into consideration because it's considered time and a half. So when people work on holidays, it's not just regular time, it's time and a half. So that has to be considered too. So again, I support the one floating holiday, but I do not support. And yes, I do recognize and I appreciate your heart, Mayor. But this is going to open us up to a floodgate of people saying, "Well, they're not recognizing my holiday." You got Ramadan, you got Easter.
we're not recognizing really for Easter. So, I think we need to leave it, stick to the floating, let people recognize or take off for whatever reason they want to take off. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for your comments. I will make a few closing remarks. So this was just on the work session for discussion. I did not bring a resolution forth. I thought that we would need more discussion. Looks like there's not support for this on council. I do like the idea of floating holidays. I would like the idea of, I would like to do 3. If we can figure out how to afford 3, whether we do floating holidays or whether we recognize Kwanzaa, they wouldn't happen until after October 1st, which would be after the 2025 budget year begins, the fiscal year budget. And we have not even had discussions about that budget. So I thought that this would be timely for those things. I do want to just clear up a few misconceptions that I heard in the discussion. The first is that Kwanzaa is some kind of religious holiday. Kwanzaa was created by Dr. Maluna Karunga as a civic holiday to reaffirm and restore African American heritage and culture. We are the blackest city in America, as opposed to Christmas, which we do give off for, which is a Christian holiday celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. Now, I love me some Jesus, but I'm not sure that our city is 92% Christian, but I am sure that our city is 92% African American. The next is, I think it can't be stated enough that essential workers will not be, essential workers will be there providing services. So the city doesn't just shut down and you call and no one can come for anything. There was a conversation about trash. Our trash service is handled by a private company. We pay them millions to do that, tens of millions actually, and they don't recognize Juneteenth or some of our other holidays or Election Day. So there's no reason to believe that trash would not be picked up, right? Because so trash and all those essential services. And I also think there was this idea that essential workers don't get any days off. I don't think that is true. I do think that we have some compensation. They also work very different schedules. Many patrol officers are like 2 days on and then 2 days off, or 1 day on and 2 days off, I think, in fire or police, right? So, in the fire department. So people are compensated in different ways for those services. But that was my motivation. Was first to recognize the culture of the city. You may recall that in 2019, we became the second city in the state of Georgia to make Juneteenth a holiday, and the following year it became a national federal holiday. And so I think that those things are important. I would be interested in knowing the number of calls we receive in those 3 days between Christmas and New Year's, if people are calling into City Hall for permits or to process business, or if they're taking off with their families. I do also we all work hard. I work hard as well. Many of us work every day, but I do think it's worth noting that we take the entire month of June off every year from council meetings, and then travel to Savannah for a week. So we get our breaks in when we can, and Savannah isn't okay. We travel to Savannah, and then the three other weeks of June we don't have council meetings. So we give ourselves we give ourselves time off. But, so those are the things that I wanted to underline. And again, if it's the 3 floating holidays and people choose to use those holidays for these 3 days, where, as you have noted, Madam City Manager, several city halls are closed throughout the state, I'm open to that. And so I just wanted to say that. I was going to move on to the next item, but people want to respond.
Yeah, I do. Again, I think we need to, I heard everybody's comment, and to sum it up, you have support from 4 council members that they would be open to a floating holiday one day. I don't think we have to keep rehashing things. And I think we can ask the staff to come back with information so that relative to the one floating holiday that we can implement next fiscal year where funds could be allocated for such. And so I think we have to learn to hear and listen to each other and figure where we can move on and not keep rehashing or badgering somebody's ideal. Thank you for bringing it up. I think the floating holiday is a move in the right direction, and let's let that be that.
All right. Dr. Rao has said that so I wasn't rehashing, I was just clearing up things that were misrepresented in the conversation, but it looks like we're going to rehash a little bit more. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. So as the black brown girl in the room, January the 6th is El Dia de los Reyes, and I don't think nobody really cares about that. So what I'm saying is there's a holiday for everything that you could think of, and as Councilwoman, my other black brown girl, Councilwoman Gums said, you know, we want to make sure that we're not leaving ourselves open for discrimination, that we're not being insensitive to other races and cultures. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you like to, you know, continue to always re-emphasize that we're the blackest city in America, but we're a municipality. You know, our city is being represented by what looks like our city, but there's a lot more to it than that, and we just can't, you know, box ourselves in and just keep emphasizing, you know, we're black and blackity black, and I mean, we're all proud to be black, but it's more to it than just that, and trying to shove that down people's throats. Because there are a lot of other people, you know, there's a lot of shades of black in this room, but there's some people who are not black, you know, and we have to be professional when we address these issues of governance. And that, I think, is what our primary role in being here is about. And I yield.
All right, and the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to report, both for you, the public, and my residents who, you know, that when I go to training, I don't go to a party. I go to classes. That's why I get the awards that I've gotten over the last couple of years, because I go to classes and attend classes. So I just want to put that out there. It's not a holiday when we go down to Savannah. It's work. All day classes and then have to network at night. They are long days and hard work. Okay? Thank you all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to item 4 on the agenda, discussion, resolution amending human resources policies and procedures regarding compensatory time, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I bring up
the city manager put this on the work session.
I did. Can you bring up a presentation for me, Corey? The legislation was drafted and put in the portal on comp time, and we added several comments to it. I thought I'd bring it to the work session to have the discussion. Some of you have been here longer and know a little bit about the history, with comp time. Next slide, please. Obviously, there are some great benefits: better work-life balance, improved productivity, reduced stress, improved job satisfaction. Next slide, please. I think the driver, not to speak for Mayor Pro Tem, but I think the driver on this legislation is related to the amount of time exempt employees are putting in after work hours and on weekends, particularly as it relates to events, which we had a lot of conversation around events, and I have a feeling there's more to come. Next slide, please. So this is kind of how our comp time was laid out before. In 2022, the city eliminated comp time and paid out almost $1 million in the fire department and other departments, I think police and fire department, because non-exempt employees were accruing a significant amount of comp time, meaning hourly employees, and their comp time rate was at a time and a half, and it was becoming challenging to let the employees off to be able to use the comp time because of staffing requirements. And so basically an agreement and a decision was made long before I was here to pay out the comp time. At this point, we have 118 employees who are exempt, meaning they're not eligible to earn overtime. Of that, I would say a significant number are working on events after hours and on weekends. Next slide, please. As you know, exempt employees cannot earn overtime, regardless of how much additional time they work. That's the nature of being exempt. And so I believe that the nature of this legislation is to, next slide, please, is to allow for comp time. Our recommendation is for it to be limited to exempt employees. I would recommend a cap of 120 hours a year to be used in the year that it's accrued, calendar year that it's accrued. On a case-by-case basis, there could be a carryover if there's some crisis in December and a person couldn't get to use it. Just like overtime, it should be approved in advance. And to be clear, this is not, I ask the finance staff to stay 2 hours late to finish a project. That's not what this is for. This is when, on a repeated basis, Saturdays, Sundays, late evenings, individuals are not asked but expected to work to be able to cover city business. So we're not challenging being FLSA exempt. We know we work extra hours. I tell people when they come on board, you're paid for 50, be expected to put in 45, maybe. You're paid for 40, be expected to put in 45, maybe 50 hours. But doing that on a repetitive and continuous basis jeopardizes us from our FLSA exempt status because we're building in extra time on a continuous basis with no compensation. So that would be my recommendation on the legislation. And before we bring it for approval, I kind of wanted this body to weigh in and just like we did with the prior item, kind of take the temperature of the room to see if you felt like this was the direction. Did I miss anything?
No, you summed everything up perfectly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you again for recognizing me. I had this conversation with a few council members offline, just to remind us all that there are different departments that have contractors that are used for special events. I know there's some contractors for Wolf Creek, for Southwest Art Center, some other things. And even we had talked about last year having additional personnel in public works to deal with the additional litter and trash pickup. So I would like to encourage council members to sometimes, as we're framing our special events, look at using some of these vendors that we currently have that can help us set up and break down certain things so that we don't continue to use the same personnel from, say, Parks and Rec that we always use continually, and it might actually be a lesser cost if we use these vendors. So I would, it's just my opinion, encourage that we look into that practice to help with this issue. But I am in favor of this compensatory time. I do like this idea a lot. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
I am in support that if we are going to be keeping our staff out for extra long hours and on weekends, and that we should make provisions for them to make up those times. You know, senior staff are humans too, and sometimes I'm sympathetic, and I know at the end of last year, Ms. Subban, I did say to you for a couple of my events, I want very minimum support, right? And I plan for this year to see as much as possible how I can work with staff on my events to make sure that things are planned early, executed well. And I have to tell you, I have somewhat of a sympathy for the guys who are doing the offloading and the unloading of these things constantly. The gentleman from Parks, we know who they are, Calvin and his crew. There was one event where I saw this truck, for example, pulled up, and they had this lift and these carriers that with wheels that carried the thing across the park. It was at Burdett Park. And I asked, well, who was that? And they told me those were the county people. So I was like, well, as a city our size, why don't we put the same system in place? Get a truck, a box truck. You know, if the things have to be stored there, the carriers had wheels, so they're not walking across the thing, lifting stuff all the time. We need to find ways of, you know, saving our employees from these manual labor, you know, prevent them from getting hurt and injured while they're doing stuff like that. So I hope that's something that we can look into to see how we can make that whole system, because, you know, unfortunately we have a lot of events as a big city, and it doesn't seem as if we're going to be cutting down on them. So I'm praying we can make it easier for the men and women who support these events across our city. Sorry. All right. Thank you all.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me. I too support it. I see a lot of even our admin and C-suite spending just unbelievable hours. Heck, if we just look at our council meetings alone, that makes me cringe. I also am concerned that I hear us as a body still talking about a multitude of events when I thought we were moving in a different direction. And so one of the things when I started lining up my events for this year, I thought about what I could have that involved little to no staff. So the ideal of using contractors for events that are not in our facilities, that's what partnership looks like. And so I want to double down that we really need to self-reflect on that. You know, I made a commitment. We've all heard a lot from employees about work-life balance. And I think, you know, as leaders, it starts with us and how we use that. So I'm just going to say that I support it and look forward to the ultimate policy coming forth. But we need to check ourselves.
The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
So this will give employees that are non-exempt an opportunity to yield 120 hours of comp time annually. And will this apply to the LSs?
If they are exempt. I believe they are exempt.
I think they're exempt.
They're exempt. So exempt means that they don't make overtime.
Right, so this will apply to the LSs too. Okay, and again, we are a city, and, you know, it is not atypical for us to have events, and the more we have them, they're going to grow every year. It brings a sense of belonging and a sense of community, and I will not be slowing down. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
We can move forward, I'm sorry.
Okay. Anyone, did I miss anyone? All right, I have a few questions and a comment. I didn't see a fiscal impact statement or any cost associated with these 120 hours. Could you talk about that, Ms. Ubadan?
So it would be intangible because it's not cash we're going to pay out, but there is a cost associated with the time off that the employee is going to take, right? But these are exempt employees, so it is not the same as, if my favorite example, which doesn't really apply here, but I'll shift it a bit. If our front desk person in City Hall takes off, Yolanda has to find a replacement, and we have to pay that person to be there. If an exempt employee takes off, I don't find a replacement that I have to pay, but there is it's always a cost. It means that there's, work that didn't get done that day. So it's more of an intangible, but it's quite honestly, my favorite saying is you can have anything, but you can't have everything. And so if they're staffing events and they're there in the evening or on a Saturday or a Sunday or a holiday, the price we pay is the work that doesn't get done in the 8 hours they may take the following Monday or Friday.
Actually, so I guess more explicitly I was asking because if I recall, we had compensatory time at one point in our city's history, and we had to pay out people who did not use that time.
Right.
It rolled over. So, does this address that issue?
Right. That was slide number 4.
Okay.
It was specific to non-exempt employees who were earning it at a time and a half.
Got you.
And the policy then, the indebtedness grew. And anytime you have indebtedness on your books, then at some point you have to pay it. The challenge with letting that kind of indebtedness grow is the employee who earns it at $15 an hour can get paid for it at 25 years later unless you have a very specific cap and a very specific time frame. This new policy would do both. And it's not dealing with non-exempt employees, it's dealing with exempt employees.
Okay. I do have a question about that because quite a few of our parks employees and our seasonal employees who produce these events are non-exempt.
They would make overtime, which is how we're paying them now.
Okay. So this... Okay.
We do have mid-level employees who are exempt.
Got you. I guess that my question. So, first I want to say I echo Dr. Rao's sentiments. We spent a lot of time trying to do a calendar that unified the city, and that's something that I want to talk a little bit more about. It sounds like we're going to be doing even more events, so I want to make sure that as we're preparing our budget for 2025 that the departments have overtime for those employees. I guess, the good news is whether it is a cultural holiday or a compensatory time, we are going to help you reclaim your time for all the work that we have you doing. I'm sorry. Could we bring the queue up? I did have. I had one more question, but I can't think of what it is now. Are these people back in the queue? Okay. All right, well, thank you so much for this, and Mr. Clerk, I guess you can sound the next item.
Okay, that brings us to item 5, which was the add-on item. And that is a discussion of a resolution to censure Mayor Khalid Kamau as a result of recent actions at the January 6, 2024 swearing-in ceremony. This was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Pritchett.
Mr. Clerk, if...
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, if you could reset the clock. So basically, this Saturday, 4 of us who were re-elected, well, 3 of us re-elected and 1 newly elected, had our inauguration. And when the mayor spoke, the first 6 minutes of his conversation was about a topic that had nothing to do with us. I had my family there. I had friends that came as far as Alpharetta, Fayette County, Clayton County, all other kind of places, people that are not used to us, and quite frankly, the Stockholm Syndrome that we have towards these type of things that that are not the norm, that are not normal. And I was deeply hurt, offended, embarrassed, and I'm extremely angry because I worked so hard along with my counterparts to get back here, to serve the people. And I worked so hard to be professional, to become educated in how to do this job and do this job well and effectively. And I just feel that just talking about, it's not about what was spoken about, but it was a stunt to just get in a social issue during a time that we wanted to celebrate each other. I do not feel embraced. And that was what an inauguration is. It's a celebration of those who are coming into office. Now, specifically because I've heard the commentary that people will take this as, you know, I'm attacking the mayor or we're not getting along with the mayor. I felt attacked. I felt it was totally inappropriate. I've gotten phone calls. I saw the faces of people confused, like, what is really happening here right now? So basically, to put this in context, there was a violation of the charter at that moment. And Attorney Hyman, you'll have to assist me because I do know that it was a violation of Chapter 3, and because of the way that it flows in our system, I can't really tell you subsection, section, but I will read the section that it specifically deals with. Section U as the last subsection, which refers to advocacy. Council members, and I believe the mayor, shall represent the official policies or positions of the city council, board, and commission to the best of their ability when designated as delegates for this purpose. When presenting their individual opinions and positions, whether publicly or privately, council members, and I believe the mayor, shall explicitly state they do not represent the governing body or the city, nor will they allow the interference that they do so. Inference? Sorry. So that was not adhered to, and this is not the first time that this has happened as I have made the inquiry. And I really want an apology if that can happen. Because not only an apology to me and my colleagues who were sworn in, but an apology to all of those that were in attendance that didn't necessarily want to hear about anything other than the inauguration that they were invited to attend. And I also would like to see that this does not happen again at any time, at any place, on any occasion in the future. And with that, I yield.
Are there any other comments? The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown.
I think the only thing that I want to add to what Councilwoman Pritchett has said is I think a lot of us feel very strongly and very deeply about a lot of things. There are a lot of things going on in the world, and with this being a presidential election year, there are going to be a lot more things that are going to be added to the fray. I have some very personal beliefs about guns and the Second Amendment. I have some very personal beliefs about abortion, voting rights, civil rights, war in general, whether it is war in the Middle East, whether it's war between Palestine and Israel, whether it's war in the Congo, whether it's war in the United States, Russia, Ukraine. I think there's all kinds of issues that we can pick out and say, I care very deeply about. Is it my place as an elected official to bring my personal, political, and social and economic beliefs into a space where I've been elected to represent a wide and diverse body of people who almost assuredly don't believe what I believe, which is fine. Differences make the world go round. The provision, and I think that the provision that when we speak, we have to be clear from what position we are occupying when we speak. Am I speaking as Natasha having a kiki with her girls? Am I standing at a podium and a microphone in an official capacity as a representative of the government? Those lines get blurred a lot. And to our detriment. I think that focusing on the work of a municipality and steering clear of comments, however heartfelt and well meant they were, that adds fuel to the already burning fire of political division just in the country as a whole would serve us well. Elected office is not a platform for self-aggrandizement or self-enrichment or self-promotion. And when we start using it in those ways, we've got some pretty egregious examples of what happens once you get too far down that path. The government of the people, by the people, and for the people sometimes needs to be reminded that all the people aren't where you are and are not going to appreciate the blurring of the line between the personal and the official. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So I didn't vote for this, not because I don't respect the sentiments of several council members on this thesis, but because I just think that this discussion was more appropriate for us to discuss at the retreat on the council relations, because there are several things that need to be discussed that I would not disclose at this time. I do think the comments were, the timing of the comments were not appropriate for the occasion. I do respect Mayor Khalid's views, and I agree with his views regarding the incidents, regarding Israel and Palestine. But I just think the timing was not correct for the occasion. I do think that going forward, when we have programs of that occasion, it would be helpful if we could get the agenda and the outline of the program prior to the programs, because we didn't get the outline of the program until the day of. And several of us asked for certain things to be on the program and certain things to happen. And I felt like they were ignored. Some of the requests were ignored. And at the end of the day was about the people who were being sworn in. And our wishes should have been taken into consideration, all of our wishes, included who we wanted on a program and who we didn't want on a program. And so it would have been helpful if we had gotten to run the show in advance. I am not in favor of the censoring because I don't want to be hypocritical of some things that are happening in the city that everybody should be held accountable for. But I just think that we should, as a new council, not start the year off in a controversial and with negativity. We, despite of everything, I think the event went over well. Our families were proud of us. Yes, they were. I did get some comments about what was said, and some people felt like it was misplaced. But overall, it was a great event, and staff did work hard to give us the event that we did have. And I just don't want all of this to take away from overall a positive event. And I do think we should discuss it in the retreat behind closed doors. I think our residents would appreciate that. And that's just where I am with it. I would not be supporting censorship, but I do think we should just have some honest conversations at our retreat on the council relations and do what residents ask us to do, hash a lot of things out, and then come out with a unified front. This is 2024, and just let's not start off with this. That's just where I am. But I do agree. The timing for the occasion was not appropriate. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. L.
I don't want to rehash what my colleagues have said. I think it's a time and a place for everything, and I think Mayor Pro Temp really hit on, as we think about our politics, our own opinions on things, that they may not reflect everybody in the room. And so I would accept an apology in lieu of censure. I've seen things occur by people on this DS that were worse than that. And if we're going to start doing that, we need to look at those issues. So if we're going to apply something, it needs to be applied across the board. And so That's where I am with it.
All right, is there anyone else? Any other? Councilman Sebastian. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the sentiment that this is not how I wanted to start 2024. I'm disappointed that I'm almost been put in this position of compromise and away from sometimes what I believe in because of not wanting to, sometimes rock the boat. But to me, the rules are the rules. And so for me, Attorney Hyman, the question I have for you is, can you confirm whether or not the mayor violated the charter last Saturday?
And please cite the section that you are using. Thank you.
I didn't get a chance to do a lot of full research, but the section that Councilman Pritchett cited is Code of Ordinance 1-3002U, and the gravamen of the whole situation, because I wasn't listening, because I was in attendance, is would a reasonable person that was listening to whatever's being said believe that that was the official position of the city or a personal comment, and whether or not, and if it wasn't, then you have the violation of 3002U, as well as there's another provision under 215A1 that if you have any personal interests or whether indirect or direct that seem to be incompatible with the proper discharge of your official duties. So really, this is a council decision as to what you do, but that's why in our Code of Ordinances that as a spokesperson for the city, that with that role, it could be easily misconstrued that whatever you're saying represents the whole body. And so that's why that section mentions that you need to be clear that whatever I'm about to say or am I saying is my personal opinion of views versus that of the city. And so I'll leave that up to council.
And I'm sorry, that charter section again was?
That's 215A1.
You cited another one, 3.
And then the other one was, which is Code of Ordinances, which is 1-3002U.
Okay. All right.
All right. Again, thank you, Attorney Hyman. From what I recall from the event, which I felt looking on went very well. I congratulate my colleagues. It was a fantastic evening, and honestly, I felt from the mayor's comments that even though he probably should have said those were his personal views, talking about things on his heart and that sort of stuff, I personally took them as his personal views. So, in violating the charter, we don't have a lot of these things that come before us, but when they do come before us, we have to vote on what is before us, whether it's right or wrong, whether it happened or not. And based on what I'm hearing, something at least took place. So I'm not excited about actually doing this, and I agree with my colleagues. If the mayor did not think that he was offending the people who were being sworn in that day, that at least if it was me, I would just issue an apology and move on. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me again. I do want to make this also clear, that we just had a presentation from a gentleman that was talking about a hospital authority. And we conduct a lot of different business with a lot of different agencies, with the state. We had people in attendance from council persons from other cities. We had state representatives. We had our state senator who's here today, Donzella James, and we had a congresswoman. We have to be careful about making sure that people don't view us and our personal views and the commentary that may alienate us when we need help. When we have, I call Senator James about a lot of things, and sometimes she calls us too. But we never want to be in a position when we're seeking funding, where we're seeking assistance, and people say, y'all them Palestinian sympathizer peoples. I mean, I'm just, using a slang that many people would. In my official role, I am neither anti-Semitic, I am not pro anything in my official capacity. And I think that, we have to learn how to balance our official capacities and our personal sentiments so that we can keep clean, clear, and open relations across the board in every area of government that we may find ourselves. So that is the caution that I come with. And I also am amenable to an apology in lieu of censure, because I am very reasonable. But this, to me, I believe was very serious. And that's why I've brought it up to discussion and not went the full step to present a resolution today. And I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So oftentimes when things happen in the world, and I'm looking at, you can Google it, comments from elected officials do use their platforms to put out official statements throughout cities. They do it all the time. And I just want us to be careful on us infringing on people's freedom of speech as well. Again, I do think the comments were misplaced for the occasion. But, I don't know if people have done things worse, but I will say that there has been several charter violations to include recording official meetings and putting comments out that only one council member said. It's including, in texting people from executive sessions about things that's being discussed in executive sessions. So if we're going to hold the mayor accountable for some of his actions, we got to hold all of us accountable for their actions. And sending emails and talking about people, supervisors to employees, all this stuff. I mean, there's several violations that I can sit here and call out that several people have done on this council. And so in 2024, what I want to focus on is governing myself and doing the things that I need to do for the people in the city and in my district, bringing that pool online and bringing the Job Corps online, making sure residents are aware of development and their voices are heard. And I just think that, we need to take, in my opinion, if we have issues with each other, we need to talk to each other directly or discuss things behind closed doors, because I just think people, in my opinion, want to see less of this and more of us being about the business of the people. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
So, one of the reasons, and I do understand Councilwoman Pritchett's concern, and we have to be very, very careful with the comments that we make in our personal political views. As Councilwoman Willis has mentioned, we have all been guilty using our position to address our own personal views. I don't think any elected official is not guilty of doing that. Was the time inappropriate? 9 times out of 10, probably not. But there has been many instances where this has happened. And I think for us, I prefer that we probably would not have had this conversation in public because it does go back to the sentiments of we're a council and we're already starting off on the wrong foot. And we have so many great things to be excited about in the city of South Fulton. We got a brand new council to start over and get some real things done. And I'm excited about the direction of this city. And I think people were excited when they left the inauguration. So to come here today, and me and Councilwoman, we talked, and I'm like, do we really have to? Like, can we find a way to have a conversation? But when you standing on business, as people say, you got to get things done. So for me, just not to belabor the conversation, she is willing to move forward with an apology. Not sure what your sentiments are on that, but if we can, I know we have some additional meetings that we are running over. I think we could have done this behind closed doors, but that's just my own personal. But I would love for you to either have a conversation or consider her request of an apology. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for your comments. Mr. Clerk, if you could bring up that PowerPoint, that'd be great. All right, so, and I think you might need to refresh it one more time. If you could refresh it one more time, that'd be great. All right, so, okay, well, it's fine. What we have here is what we have. You can go ahead and hit play. So people are talking about these comments that I made that were titled Mayor's Remarks at the swearing-in ceremony. I've heard in the discussion that it had nothing to do with what we were there for. However, I think it had everything to do with what we were there for. There is a growing discord in our civil discourse. And the title of the speech was Democracy, a Path to Peace. I would encourage everyone to visit my YouTube page, youtube.com/Khalid Cares, to view the entire speech and judge it for yourselves. Judging by the applause that I heard, I thought that it was well received. If you go to the next slide, I do find it alarming that this assault on free speech is happening within days of the anniversary of one of the world's greatest speakers, who towards the end of his career as a public figure spoke out against the wars in Vietnam and oppression of people worldwide, reminding us all that we are all tied together in a single garment of destiny, and that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So in following Dr. King, I take it not only as my right, but my duty to speak when I see injustice happening in the world, and again, in the context of being able to have a civil discourse and civil disagreement without resorting to violence, which was the theme of the speech. If you go to the next slide, there was conversation that this was abnormal, or I'm sorry, we've added this slide in. There was conversation about violations of the charter. As you can see, the sections that were quoted, section 1-3002, is for the rules of debate at a city council meeting. This was not a city council meeting, it was a swearing in. And in fact, we had to re-swear in people today because it had been opined that the swearing in was not a city council meeting. Please go to the next slide. The other one that was talked about was section 2-15A1, which is it restrains me from engaging in business or transactions that have a financial or personal interest. There was no financial or personal interest. If you go to the next slide, there was conversation that this was abnormal and that we don't do this. As you can see, I think Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown talked about abortion and that we shouldn't talk about these things. We've actually passed a resolution just last year celebrating the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, and also ordering our police not to investigate charges that would be violations of a law that was passed by by the Georgia State Legislature last year. So there is a legal precedent for this as well in our city. If you go to our next slide. And other cities as well. Over a dozen mayors have spoken about the Israel and Hamas war, including the mayors of, I can't remember the city, it's in Kansas. If you go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Mayor Eric Adams in New York. Okay, yes. Go to the next slide. The mayor of Overland Park in Kansas. And the mayor of Fresno, California, a city manager council form of government like ours. So as I've said, over a dozen mayors have spoken out, most of them in support of Israel. So I do think that it was important not only to call a ceasefire to the violence, but to support the brown people in the Gaza Strip who are suffering the brunt of the violence. If you'll go to the next slide, and if you'll just pause right here. I too wish that we had not talked about this in public. At the beginning of this meeting, I was admonished for putting a discussion about a hospital authority on the agenda without checking in with folks. I have to tell you that I found out about this censure on the news. Not a single person on this dais approached me with any concerns. We make ourselves look bad. The city, no news reporter was at our swearing-in ceremony. No one knew about it. No one knew what was said. But then people called the media and put us on the news. We put ourselves on the news. And so going forward, I would like to suggest a way of handling things. This is a book that I return to quite often. You can go ahead and bring up this quote. The Bible says, if your brother offends you, go and tell him his fault in private, between you and him alone. If he listens, you have gained a brother. Ladies and gentlemen, the word of God for the people of God. And with that, if there is a motion, I will hear the motion and we can have the vote.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I'm in the queue again.
All right. The chair recognizes whoever is in the queue next. All right. I guess we're going to have more discussion publicly. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Oh, no, I've already spoken.
All right. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
You know, I hate that we're here because I really tried to offer a concession so we could move forward. I think you heard everybody say that they did not want to trample on your free speech.
I think we've all heard about it's a time and a place for everything. Even people who were not sworn in. And I suggested in lieu of, apology would be fine. I don't know how we get to these things where we keep taking the issue and just rubbing salt in a wound, but that's where we are. Even the examples you gave, they came before this body. When we discussed Roe versus, it was a resolution that this body voted on. So then it's appropriate to talk about it because we discussed it. It was a public policy issue that we decided we wanted to take a stand on. This one, we weren't afforded that opportunity. And I just, just mixing a bunch of stuff and throwing it out there doesn't make the issues the same. They are not. I think I appreciate the maturity of the people on this council to say, we can do it another way. I just implore you to consider that everybody, well, with the exception of one, which I'm sure she has her feelings whether she spoke or not, and I'm not putting her on the spot. It just wasn't appropriate. I think everybody has opinion. I go speak on panels. I don't do it in a public council meeting on something that we haven't adopted. That's different. That's what we're talking about. I'm concerned because I thought we were going in another way, and then I think it's going to force people to act another way when all they're really asking for is apology. So.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
So, as to what Councilwoman Rao just said, I'm almost convinced that you just don't get it. You just don't hear us. The examples, a lot of those examples, even if they were examples of mayors that came together, and it said it, with their council to be in solidarity. We're not in solidarity. We're not united in this conversation about what you said. In addition to what Councilwoman Willis mentioned, it would have been nice if we could have seen the run of show. From what I was told, because I did investigate this matter, the mayor refused to give what he would be talking about, his comments during our inauguration. Now, this is not a mother, may I, can I say this, can I not? But it was totally inappropriate, and you still don't get it. You're saying that you found out about it on the news. I'm here to tell you that that is not true. A reporter did call you, and you refused to talk to him. And he has a video of you at City Hall last night because he mistakenly went there instead of where he was to meet me to interview. Now, whether or not, in your opinion, that people called the media, yes, I did call. And the reason I called is to bring awareness to the fact that this was offensive. And there are lots of people that are here today that were offended, whether they're going to actually say so or not. And the mature thing to do is to understand what we're saying. But to me, it seems like that is just not possible. I have talked to you in many different occasions offline, and this is the saddest part of this all is it happened the last inauguration where there was a censure. We have to look at our roles. Our roles cannot conflict with our personal views. And when they do, that's when we're at this place. Now, I will apologize to my colleagues that we are at this point because nobody wanted to start off the year like this. But and to the point that Councilwoman Willis made, other people have done other things that should be brought up and that should be dealt with. If I see it and if I feel it's appropriate to bring it up, I will deal with issues that I think that need to be brought before this council. What we talk about behind closed doors and then what happens afterwards is always the same. This should not have happened. An inauguration should not be used. Those other examples They didn't come to inaugurations and hijack it with their issues. And that's what you did on my occasion and the occasion of our new council member, of our sitting council members, and that was wrong. That's my opinion, but it was wrong, and our city attorney has opined. He actually brought up a different section that I wasn't aware of. At some point, when do you get it? When will you take accountability for how you treat us? You don't talk to us. You don't show up at our events. You don't support us. And we have tried. And that's what the point is. You want unity amongst other nations, but amongst the council, there is unity because we do talk. We do talk often, and we do compromise, and we do try. But with you, not so much. And I don't know what it will take. You mentioned the book, the reference of the scripture. Maybe Jesus has to come back for that, because that's the only one that I think that can handle this issue. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
I think it's very unfortunate that for these last two inaugurations, that the week following what should be celebratory and one in which people would feel good about what has happened, that it actually turned into these types of debate. Mr. Mayor, whether your views are yours, whether it's your free speech or what, not taking any of that away from you. I'm just concerned that you use these events seemingly on to, push your own stuff when we should be celebrating others. I'm a council member. I was just happy to show up to support my colleagues, right? There was no official duty for me to be there. I could have stayed away, but I wanted to be there to support my colleagues and to take a lot of pictures of them, as I was accused of taking a lot of pictures, right? But let's see if we can stop it here and now. On January 4th, 2022, on the day in which I was sworn in, I asked for us to become a boring city. Some people laughed at me. They didn't get what I was saying. I was saying stay out of the media. The media is not our friend. We don't have our own media. We can't tell our own story. The media tell the story that they want to on the city of South Fulton, not what the actual story is. Because you know how I know this? Because I've had a lot of great stuff happening in the 4th District and in the city of South Fulton, which I reach out to the same media to come and cover, and guess what they do? They don't come. Saturday, as was said, should have been a celebratory thing. 4 great black women got sworn in the city of South Fulton. That never happened before in our city's history. Right after one election. And guess what we had from the media? So I'm just telling all of us here, every single one of us up here, if y'all think the media are our friends, they're not. Okay, so I'll implore everybody up here, again, I'm going to say it again, let's become a boring city, do good work, let our work speak for us. We have a lot of good things that we're doing and we're trying to accomplish, and stay out of the media. Guess what? They don't call me anymore. You know why they don't call me? I have none to say. I have none to say on that. When are you going to come and cover the Autism Festival that have been going on in District 4 for the last 2 years? Third year coming up. It's the biggest event of its type, probably in the region, if not in the entire Southeast United States. When are you going to come and cover that? Right? But you don't want to cover that because you know what? It's not juicy. So y'all stay out of the media. And I hope that our communications department this year stepping up a notch to do some pushback and probably try and ask those people to come and cover some of our positive stuff around here, because it's not happening right now.
I'm sick of it.
And I'm very, very sorry that we're here. And Mr. Mayor, you basically pushed back with the presentation, and nobody want to take your free speech. But we are really saying we don't want to go down this road again. So, you know what? If you offended somebody, even one person, on Saturday, that you didn't mean to, just be a man and say, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. And let's move on and get out of this. I don't want to have this kind of discussion anymore. I'm serious. I don't want to have it anymore.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Well, we gave the media a lot of sound bites today, but I am going to ask if I can make a motion that we end debate and move forward. Oh, would you like to make? I yield to Councilwoman Bell, and then if she could yield back to me.
No, it's fine. We will end discussion after Councilwoman Bell. The chair recognizes District 5 Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, this is disheartening as a new councilwoman in this city. You know, I pledge to stand in unity and work together. I understand freedom and respect freedom of speech. However, I have sat back here during this time silently as I've observed this behavior. And I have chosen to abstain because this is contentious. And I will not, and I do not plan on starting my new year as a councilwoman for District 5. You know, so I would like to move forward in the discussion. We have provided, as many of my colleagues have echoed, a possible resolution of an apology to those who were offended. For me personally, I utilized Saturday as a full celebration. And in spite of free speech or anything that anyone could say, I move with the spirit of excellence. And so at this time, again, I plan on abstaining from this matter because it is contentious. And I would like to move forward and move to the next step of this process.
Awesome.
And I yield.
Thank you so much. I will entertain a motion. First, though, I will say, if anyone was offended by my remarks, I do apologize. I don't want that apology to be taken as a promise that it won't happen again. In the words of Dr. King, the time is always right to do what is right. And I do, again, refer people to the entirety of the speech and not the news coverage or debate that has happened today. And with that, I will entertain a motion, or we can move to go to executive session.
First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor, for that. I appreciate that. And I move that we adjourn the work session.
We actually do need to have a very brief executive session for real estate. We can do all of those things.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me restate the motion.
We can start it at 6:40.
Okay. That we go ahead and break for 10 minutes for real estate. Executive session for real estate, is that sufficient time?
Yes, real estate, executive session for real estate only. Could I suggest that we start that executive session at 6:40, which would be 6 minutes?
Absolutely, I'm open to that, starting at 6:40.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
I record that vote as approved unanimously.
Thank you.
We are recessed at 6:35 p.m.
exciting discussions in our work session, and we had a brief executive session, which hopefully means we won't have to have another one at the end, and when we end tonight, all of our employees can go home. If I have just one more member of council, we can start our council meeting. Are you all streaming? Are you ready to go back there, Icon? We have a thumbs up. All right, thank you. So we are, this is going to be our 6 o'clock scheduled alcohol and zoning hearing. Mr. Clerk, if you will go ahead and sound the roll for us.
We have to adjourn the previous meeting. We broke for executive session.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the, I'll entertain a motion to reconvene. Can we reconvene and adjourn in one motion? I'll entertain a motion to reconvene and adjourn.
I move to reconvene from the executive session and return to the work session.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Court, thank you. We are reconvened at 6:55 p.m. 4-0.
Move to adjourn the work session.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands. All right.
4-0. We are adjourned at 6:55 p.m.
All right. I call to order the 6 o'clock zoning and, the 6 o'clock alcohol and zoning public hearing. We'll try to get through this as much as possible, as quickly as possible. We have quite a few things on the agenda, but some of them are going to be deferred, as you will hear, and we will be calling some of the items out of order. So we do have these handy-dandy handouts. If you can follow along, I will sound out the numbers, and the clerk will do the same. Mr. Clerk, would you go ahead and call the roll for this meeting? Thank you.
So roll call for the alcohol zoning public hearing, January 9th, 6 p.m. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmen Luther Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, so the first item we are going to sound tonight is item number 5. If you're following along, Mr. Clerk, would you go ahead and sound that item?
Mr. Mayor, we did have 2 items we needed to formally add to the agenda. They were not advertised. I mean, they were advertised, but they're not listed on the printed agenda, so.
Okay, so do we need to, Attorney McClendon, do we need to do a motion to add these to the agenda? Or I'll entertain a motion to add these 2 items.
I'll sign the items. The first item is a public hearing, Z23-017, application by DRB Group, Georgia, LLC, requested to rezone from AG1 zoning district to CUP zoning district to build 213 attached and detached single-family homes on property located at 4390 and 4420 DeMooney Road. This is in District 4. It's my understanding staff is going to be requesting deferral. The second item is a alcohol license public hearing that was advertised for the retail sale of beer and wine at A1 Store, 6129 Old National Highway, located in District 6. This is a change of ownership, and this will be public hearing only.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to amend the agenda as sounded.
Move to agenda sounded.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Well.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right. So again, we are going to start with item number 5. Mr. Clerk, would you sound that item?
Item number 5 is listed on short-term rentals. It's a public hearing for U23-024, application by Cheryl Johnson requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 340 Rocky Springs Court. It's located in District 6 in the CUP zoning district. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. Case U23-024 is an application for a short-term rental at 340 Rocky Springs Court. The applicant in this matter has requested that this application be withdrawn. We'd ask that council entertain a motion at this time to withdraw the case, as our rules do require that after a case has been advertised, that council has to actually vote to withdraw that application.
All right, thank you, Mr. McClendon. I'll entertain a motion to withdraw that application, or to accept the withdrawal of that application.
I move to accept withdrawal of application as read.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, yes, let's take that vote by show of hands.
Okay, I see your hand. I record that motion was approved unanimously to withdraw.
All right, we're going to go now to, sorry that we're skipping around, but we're going to go to item number 9. Would you please sound that item, Mr. Clerk?
Item 9 is a public hearing, U23-028, application by Chris O., requesting a special use permit to operate a beauty salon at 6175 Old National Highway, Suite 250. It's located in District 5 in the C1 zoning district, Old National Highway Overlay District. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
Number 9, I thought that was yours.
All right, thank you. This is number 9 on the agenda, case U23-028, an application requesting a special use permit to operate a beauty salon at 6175 National Highway, Suite 250. The applicant in this case has asked for a deferral to your February City Council public hearing in order to re-engage the community on this matter. The February date, I believe, is February 12th? The February public hearing date?
It's the 13th?
The 13th. We'd ask that this case be deferred to the February 13th, or the applicant, I should say, is requesting that this case be deferred to the February 13th City Council public hearing. Staff would agree with that recommendation.
All right, and just a quick update. This is not in District 5. This is in Old National Plaza and Walmart Plaza in District 6. So I will entertain a motion for deferral.
I move that we defer this case as requested.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and call the vote by show of hands.
I record that as unanimous. This motion was approved unanimously to defer to February 13th.
All right, the next item that we are going to hear, and this will make sense in just a minute, where these are lots of deferrals, we're getting some things out of the way, is item number 2. You sound that item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 2 is a public hearing, Z23-020, application by Brad Hughes of Rockhaven Homes, requests to rezone from R5 zoning district to the TR zoning district for property located at 6573 Campbellton Road for the purposes of constructing 46 townhomes on 5.77 acres. Staff recommendation denial. Planning Commission recommendation was no recommendation.
Attorney McClendon.
Thank you. The applicant has requested that this case be deferred to your March public hearing, which I believe is on March the 12th.
All right, it is, and I will entertain a motion for deferral.
I move to defer this case to the March 12, 2024 public hearing.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded.
Mayor, if you don't mind, the clerk's office asked if we can, when we call names because they were having problems determining who seconded when they go back and listen to the tapes and take notes.
Okay, so we have the motion by, well, I'm going to have you do that, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, I had the motion by Councilman Morale, seconded by Councilman Barillas.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain a vote by show of hands.
Record that is unanimous. Deferred to the March 20th. 12th, I'm sorry, March 12th public hearing.
All right, and the next item we're going to hear was just added to the agenda. Mr. Clerk, would you sound that item? I believe it is Z23-017.
Yes, public hearing Z23-017, application by DRB Group Georgia LLC, requesting to rezone from property from AG1 zoning district to the CUP zoning district to build 213 attached and detached single-family homes on property located at 4390 and 4420 Domini Road in District 4.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. In that matter, Z23-017, the applicant is requesting a deferral to your February public hearing date, February the 13th.
All right, I will entertain a motion for deferral.
Motion to defer to February, what was that date?
13th.
February 15th?
13th.
13th, I'm sorry. Motion to defer to February 13th meeting.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I will entertain a motion by a show of, I'm sorry, did you want to record this motion in a second?
Yes, I have the motion by Councilmember Sebastian, seconded by Councilmember Rao.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I will entertain a motion by a show of hands.
Record that is unanimous. That motion is deferred to the February 13th public hearing.
All right, and the next item that we're going to hear is item number 1, which is the senior housing off of Camp Valley. Mr. Director, I should call you, McClendon.
This is a public hearing, Z23-018, application by Hakeem Hilliard, requesting a rezoning from SH to CUP to develop 155 for-sale residential units on 45.7 acres at 6705 Camp Valley Road, located in District 6. Staff recommendation was deferral. Planning recommendation is deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I should have noted, I know we're a little bit behind in time, so we're moving quickly, but I should have noted to you all that most of the applicants for these cases that we have voted to defer are here today. If council wanted to hear from anyone on these particular deferral requests, but this case, Z23-018, the applicant is also requesting a deferral to the March 12th City Council public hearing date.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for a deferral.
I move to defer case Z23-018 to the March 12, 24 council hearing, public hearing.
Second.
Mr. Clerk.
I have a motion by Councilmember Rao, seconded by Councilmember Gomes.
All right, I will entertain a vote by a show of hands.
Record that is unanimous. This item is deferred to the March 12th public hearing date.
All right. Thank you for those. I'm sorry for the confusion for those of you all trying to follow along in the audience or online, but now that we have disposed of those deferrals, we now return to our regularly scheduled zoning hearing, starting with item number 3. We'll be going in order from here on. If you've been playing bingo and scratching out the deferrals, we will be hearing 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, I bring us to item 3, a public hearing, U23-008, application by Sean McKinney requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 5775 Dodson Road. That's located in District 4. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional.
Director McClendon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is case U23-008. This is a request for a short-term rental at 5775 Dodson Road. That's D-O-D-S-O-N. I believe there might have been a typo there, but I do want to clarify that it is Dodson Road, D-O-D-S-O-N. We're showing that this parcel is in District 4. It is zoned R6, two-family dwelling. Once again, the request is for a short-term rental. Staff's recommendation is approval conditional, and Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional with the conditions that the applicant identified as Sean McKinney maintain a current business license, that the special use permit is not transferable, and that the applicant must be sure to rent the property for less than 30 days at a time in compliance with the short-term rental business license. I will note that on the short-term rental staff reports, you will see that there are, on some of them, we have included the police calls from that, if any have taken place at those residences. If you don't see those included, that will mean that we did not receive any records of any police calls.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for those of you all attending for the first time. We give 10 minutes to those in support and 10 minutes to those in opposition. We will start with those in support, beginning with the applicant. Please keep in mind that the 10 minutes is to be shared by everyone in support, so you may want to reserve some balance of your time for your fellow supporters and for rebuttal after you hear from those in opposition. Please make sure that you state your name and your address.
My name is Sean McKinney. I'm at 5775 Dodson Road. Last year, I applied for the business license, received the license, went through the fire marshal inspection, which was passed. And then about 60 days afterward, they said, came out with a new special use permit. And so I'm going through that process to get that taken care of. We've had no issues at the property. I only have one neighbor that lives directly across from me. She knows, she has no issues with it. It's a very rural area where we are. The property is kept very clean. No issues at all that I know of for me.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in support, Mr. Clerk, or in the audience?
No, I didn't receive any cards with regard to this item.
All right, sir, you still have 9 minutes on the clock reserved for your rebuttal, 9 minutes and 18 seconds. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers in opposition?
No one indicated opposition to this item.
All right. If there is no one in opposition, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to the council for questions. If you'll bring that queue up, that would be great. As is our practice, we will start with the representative for the district, District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this property visible from the street? What is the site?
There is, depends on which way you're coming. So if you come down High Point Road, where it deads in into Dodson, the houses to the right, you really don't see it from that way. If you're coming from Dodson the other way, you can see it somewhat because there's tree lines along the road.
I think I've been past there a few times. I have a friend who lives on that street, as a matter of fact.
Yes,
and it looks like it's almost sunken, kind of off the main road, the property. Same property I'm talking about? Is it sunken?
It's not really sunken. It just sits right off the road, and there's, like I said, there's wooded lines. The main street is kind of wooded, so you don't really see the house too much.
Now, what has been the history in terms of any police activities?
There's been no police activity there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close our hearing. For those of you all, again, who are attending for the first time, particularly our applicants, we just hear the cases now, and we will vote on them at the following council meeting, which will be January the 23rd. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to number 4 on the printed agenda. Public hearing U23-021, application by Andre McClendon and Keisha McClendon requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3740 Pittman Road. It's located in Council District 3 in the AG1 zoning district. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is case U23-021, 3740 Pittman Road. This is a request for a short-term rental special use permit. And this property is in the AG1 agricultural zoning district and within the Cliftondale overlay district. It is listed as City Council District 3. Staff recommendation is approval conditional, with those conditions being that the special use permit is not transferable and that the applicant must maintain a current business license. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for this item. Is the applicant present? I see them approaching. And do we have any speakers in support?
We actually do have 2 cards in support, and Senator James is in opposition.
All right, so we will first hear from those in support. Keep in mind that you do have 10 minutes. You want to share that with all of your supporters and reserve the balance of your time for rebuttal after you hear from the opposition. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Matt Reeves. I represent Andre and Keisha McClendon, who are here with me, along with their baby DeAndre, who was born December the 27th, the week after the Planning Commission hearing. They have 2 daughters who are a little bit older than baby DeAndre, but this property is on Pittman Road. The McClendons purchased property about a year and a half ago in April of 2022. The current short-term rental ordinance went into effect in December of 2022. They had commenced short-term rental activity prior to that December date. When they became aware of the city's short-term rental ordinance, they promptly filed the application. The staff recommended approval of the application with conditions. The McClendons agree with the conditions, and they respectfully request approval. The McClendons, on a day when there's not much traffic between the house and their home, are about 15 minutes away from the Pittman Road property, so they are close by. They are hands-on managers on the property. They have had numerous people who've rented the property favorably, and we reported some of those in the package that I presented to you. The property is on an acre. It has a long driveway. The property is in great condition. They have maintained it well and improved the property. The photo of the property is in your packet. Great property that is above average on the street, and they have capped the number of cars for the driveway below the driveway's capacity. There's a drawing in there, an aerial drawing showing a depiction of the driveway use. And also the McClendons put together 17 rules. They are strict with their standards both on the price as well as activities on the property. They've drafted 17 rules that are on page 2 of your packet. And they enforce those rules. When there have been incidents in the past, they have quickly put a stop to them. And you had a good question about police being called. They are aware of only one time the police were called to the house, and that's when their security alarm caught someone doing an attempted burglary when the house was vacant. The security alarm that they provided service for prevented that crime incident. They have had no other incidents with the police in the time that they have owned it. They've improved the home. The home is attractive. They're maintaining it well. They, as parents of 3 young kids and hardworking people who've invested in South Fulton, they are highly motivated to keep this property up and do a good job for the city and for the neighbors over the long term. Again, the city's professional staff recommended approval. There were various issues addressed at the Planning Commission that caused the McClendons to bring me here and just sort of clear the air on that. Any crime in the area is not caused by the McClendons. They are law-abiding people who enforce rules and have security there on the property and are hands-on managing it. There was a question about access. You have a driveway that's directly on the public road. You have parking on the driveway that is below the driveway's capacity, so access is good. Music, that is one of their rules. They have enforced that. They did have somebody who was playing music. They got the complaint. They promptly intervened and had that done. And they have, kicked people out over the years. There was an incident where somebody did a three-point turn or something out of the driveway and caused some dirt tracks, and they got that fixed promptly, and that was only one incident. Again, they've been there a year and a half. They've had plenty of positive use on the property. They have good rules. Mr. McClendon is going to talk a little bit more about how he and his wife are hands-on managers, but I would ask you to look at the staff's recommendation of approval, look at the package I gave that showed that, this is an area where you don't have an overload of other short-term rentals, so there's room for this. They've maintained the property well. They've won an award from one of the online services, and those online services help vet the people who are renting the properties, and they are just hardworking people who've got good feedback, good short-term rental customers who've been there, and they screen them very carefully. So with that, we do reserve time for rebuttal at the end, and I will turn it over to Mr. Andre McClendon, and we respectfully request approval and appreciate your public service and leadership in South Fulton.
Hello, my name is Andre McClendon, and I did speak during the Planning Commission, so I'll be brief. My wife was at the end of high-risk pregnancy, so she didn't speak last time, so I'll give her most of the time today. But I do want to say we are hands-on. We take this very seriously. We have friends that live in the area as well. Anything that goes on, we respond quickly. Our two neighbors next to us, they have my phone number, and they do reach out to us if there's something going on. And the issue about the rules with the short-term rental is that with a service like Airbnb, if you put your rules in place and somebody violates it, then you can kick them out just for violating it. And one of our rules is if you disturb our neighbors, you'll be asked to leave without a refund. And we enforce that. But if no one talks to us, then we can't do that. We do talk to like I said, our two neighbors on the side, and we've been able to resolve everything that's come up, which hasn't been much. And we do have guests kind of tiptoeing around the neighborhood not to disturb anyone. So we're very strict. We don't invite an element to the home that wouldn't be respectful. We've had NBA stars, celebrity chefs, all types of people come and respect the home. But with that said, I would like to yield the rest of my time to my wife here. She puts her heart and soul into the house, so I'd like to let her speak.
Hi, my name is Keisha McClendon. I'm actually a first responder during the pandemic, and I am an RN, and I've been an RN for almost 20 years. And during the pandemic, one of the biggest things that I feared was not being able to see my family and my friends during the pandemic, which I'm quite sure most of you can agree to that and understand that. And having to also being over 2,500 miles away from my parents because, one, they're older, two, particularly my father, respiratory issues, being compromised. So how I dealt with my fear during the pandemic was my husband and I, we made a goal to get a rental property, to be able to provide a place that was clean, infection control, well taken care of for family and friends to be able to come to congregate, because that was one of the big things that was missing during the pandemic was the social interaction. And that is what 3740 Pittman Road is. It's a place not only that we allow guests to come, that will respect our property, that will respect our neighbors, as you've heard before. If not, they will be immediately kicked out because we live 15 minutes away from the home. I'm sorry. And that's what this home is. We take good pride and care, whether it's good or bad feedback that we get from our guests, from our neighbors. We're right on spot in having to take care of it. We ask that you moving forward, to consider and having to approve our short-term rental permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We do have 1 minute and 46 seconds reserved for rebuttal. We'll now hear from those in opposition, beginning with our Senator, Donzella James. This is our protocol. But if there are other people in opposition, we ask that you come forward at this time as well. Keep in mind that we only have 10 minutes for everyone. So if you are speaking in opposition, you can come forward and following Senator James. I think the mic can just come off the stand.
It's a wireless mic.
It's wireless.
It's cordless mic. Just.
Mr. Mayor,
Senator.
Hello, and to all the honorable council people, hello. I'm glad to be here. I feel like a proud mother because, of course, you know, so many years I worked to establish the city of South Fulton, and you made it a reality. So I thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My family and I had a baby carriage when I moved at 3800 Pittman Road, 2 doors from this property. And that property was not there at the time, nor 2 of the other houses that are now there. We lived in a community where we raised our families, and our children grew up there. And it continues to be a street of families. And I know that we already have an Airbnb in my neighborhood on that block already. So as far as, my house, one day I looked and cars were parked all over the front yard. They were from the Airbnb down the street that's been operating, I think, illegally. But I see they're applying for property now. I wish they hadn't thought that our street and our block was a place to rent, because it's been family houses, and that's what it still continues to be. And as far as the police being called, another time, I woke up late at night and saw lights everywhere flashing. It was the police. I was wondering what in the world is going on. Well, there was, I guess, I heard the applicant say that at that time it was the police responding to an alarm. But I think that they couldn't find them at first, and they went in the attic and hid. And finally, the police found them. So they're bringing criminals to our community. I woke up one night around, maybe I had gone to sleep early, around maybe 1 o'clock, and I saw somebody walking in my backyard. And this is not, we don't live where you can just walk in the backyard unless you come down the property to the end, to the bottom, in the walk behind my house. And I called 911. And of course, I do carry, so I had to go get my weapon, because if they had come, and it felt like someone was not pulling on my back window. I don't know if that happened or not, because I did not go out there and show my face. I just didn't want them to come in my house. So I'm asking you to please deny this Airbnb. We already have one on my block. In fact, 2 houses from me is where this is they're asking for this Airbnb. So I'm asking that we have some kind of control over how many can be in one block of a family community where all the neighbors have been enjoying their houses. I've been there over 40 years. Both of my children grew up there. And, you know, I don't like what's going on with the fact that my mailbox got knocked down to the ground. I had to pay for it. A brick mailbox. I had to pay $2,500 for it to be cleaned up. And then I just put a regular mailbox because I got tired of people pulling on my yard, because Pittman Road is not a street where you park on the street. And yes, they had an overcrowd of people, and it's not the first time. And since we've had the zoning meeting, they've had another event at that house with a lot of cars. So I ask you to please deny this application and accept what the planning committee said, denial. And I will answer any questions if you have them, but I see them. Let me ask all my neighbors to please stand, because I know it's a few that's standing up, but there's plenty that's in this room right now. And I've been at the Capitol all day long working hard for us, and I came straight here so that I could be with you tonight and be with my neighbors, not just my constituents, but my neighbors. So, Mr. Mayor and City Council persons, please, please consider denial. Thank you.
We got a few more speakers and 5 more minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Ashante Roberts, 3745 Pittman Road, diagonally across the street from the property being discussed today. I've been there since 2003. What I just heard from the person representing was a lot of I conversation, how this effort is going to support i.e. the individuals, not the collective, not the neighbors, not the community. I didn't hear the value that speaks to community. And if that is the case, then the owners need to be educated like we just were about community value. You are being complicit, you are leveraging tactics that supports devaluing the community by commercializing. You see all of the pamphlets that we have, or all the the newsletters that we have where we talk about City of South Fulton being community focused, being community first. A lot of initiatives have been championed for the community. But when you do things uneducated, when you leverage ignorance to support then you devalue the integrity of that community. It appears to be a tactic that can be leveraged outside of your participation, outside of you knowing, to commercialize a community. And that's not fair to the people and the neighbors around that house or the community in itself. So consider value, consider integrity of value when you make your decision.
Honored Mayor, respected members of the panel, my name is Kalami. I have come here to say a few words only. On the 20th of December, this person who has virtually taken us hostage, who has been operating a business for the last 1 year and 5 months or more, without any permit, without any license, we live in fear inside our home and outside. They have come and destroyed my entire orchard, which was made by the late Mr. Tracy, formerly called Traziani, an Italian man, CEO of Delta Airlines. A 35-year-old orchard has been virtually destroyed. Our farm has been destroyed. Some of them are virtually naked in this cold weather. They enter, about 5 of my very good friends are unable to come because of their health. One is Major Mrs. McMillan, Dr. Mrs. Bynum, and some other good fellows, gentlemen, whose name I would not like to take now. I beseech you all, I request you all to give us peace in that area by denying this person who has illegally and contrary to the law that has boycotted his business on the 20th of December 2023, a permit after having business for nearly 1 year and 4 months. Only on last week, 3 weeks ago, he has applied for a permit. And he had to say to the last respected panel, I never knew we have to pay tax or we have to register it. I'm strictly speaking on the legal point of view and the misery that he has been causing us. We are virtually afraid. This place has become a very unsafe place to reside. I thank you. I request that he be denied by your honored wisdom and experience. Thank you very much.
My name is Christopher Jones. I live at 3760 Pittman Road, and I'm also the builder of 3740, the subject property. They state that they have maintained the property, and the property is maintained, but it is not by their own doing. They're stating how they are looking at what's going on. But this is a constant problem in our neighborhood with them driving through the neighbor's yard to get on the driveway. And we're asking that you deny this. This is a residential neighborhood, and we prefer not to have a rental in our neighborhood. Thank you.
And the petitions?
We had 37 people sign a petition, and it was presented at the last meeting stating that we did not want this in our neighborhood, and we would appreciate if you work with us and deny this. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. You have a couple of minutes for rebuttal. We'll give you a few extra seconds since they went over, and Mr. Clerk, if you'll make sure that we get those petitions if we don't have them already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. The orchard and the farm, that was discussed at the Planning Commission, and the McClennans rebutted that. I mean, certainly that's something the police would have been called about. There'd be photos and evidence. No evidence, no documentation, no police calls. The family values and the community values, the McClennans definitely believe in that. They're a family of 5. They're working hard on this property. If you look at the comments from the guests that are in your package, you had a group from Florida who came here to South Fulton, spent money here while they were doing a production on human trafficking at Spelman. If that's not community values and benefit the city, it's hard to think of what is. You had another one who had a family trip, another one who had a couples retreat where they were doing, classes and couples strengthening marriages. That's community values. They're spending money in South Fulton. The short-term rental fees are there, spending money at restaurants, gas stations, paying sales tax while they're visiting here and doing tourism here in Atlanta. You got multiple people saying, we want to come back here to this house when we need to have a gathering in the area, to have our whole family there, to have a trip to Atlanta. So they're coming here, and this thing about there's another short-term rental in the area, the staff recommended approval because there's a good mix there. There aren't other short-term rentals in the area. This is the one in the area, and the staff recommended approval pursuant to the city's legal requirements. SUPs do have legal criteria, and they have due process. And if you look at the police data, you look at the evidence, and not the speculation, you have a law-abiding home that the McClennans have operated well with positive feedback and with no violations of the law. This issue about the driveway, they've had 2 incidents in 3 years where people did a 3-point turn, and we'll wrap it up. They are going to put a fence up to where the cars can't do that anymore, but they fixed it promptly the 2 times it happens, and they're going to clean up anything else like that happens. thank you, Mayor and Council. Glad to answer any questions, but we respectfully request approval. They will keep this house tip-top for the benefit of the city.
All right, thank you all. As was said earlier, we're going to be voting on this on January 23rd. I will go ahead and close the public hearing, though, now and entertain questions from council. I see several people in the queue. The chair recognizes District 7 Councilwoman Linda Pritchett.
Thank you. For point of order, Mayor. Being that this is in my district, may I please have district courtesy?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you.
One more time.
The petitions, did you get those?
No, I haven't received any petitions.
Okay. For the residents on Pittman Road, can you please make sure that the clerk get those petitions? Okay.
At the last meeting, I left 27 of those with the organization and the people
Director McClendon, do you have those petitions in the city?
I don't recall specifically getting those, but we do maintain a case file. Anything that we get at the meeting would be in that file. So if they did leave it with us, we have it.
Okay, can you, when you go back, can you look and make sure that they are sent to the clerk's office and sent to me?
Will do.
Thank you. Okay, I have pulled up the staff notes, and I do see, contrary to what you have said, a page long full of police reports and calls stemming from 29 fight or domestic dispute, firearms, burglar in the house, discharge of firearms, vandalism, those are reckless driving and speeding, several reckless driving and speeding incidents, burglary. Can you explain?
Absolutely. Councilmember Willis, the staff report does not note that, and you have some additional information from the staff, but that burglar alarm incident where the alarm went off and the police came there, nobody made it into the house. So some other house on the street had somebody in the attic apparently, or that may have happened before the McClendons got there, but that is not the McClendons incident since they've owned the property. And those other incidents, they've been enforcing.
If you don't mind, when did they become owners of this property?
April of 2022, and they rented it for the first time in about June of 2022.
Okay, so the domestic dispute was July 9th of 2023. The the discharging of firearms was in April. Let's see. The vandalism was May. The reckless driving was that's 2020. So it's been, and it's been several incidents since this couple has owned the property.
And we don't dispute there is crime that happens on the street, that happens in the city. In this house, if that had happened, it would have been in the staff report. This house is not the problem. This house is part of the solution. They are out there with security monitoring. They are hands-on. Look at the feedback. If this house was full of crime, you wouldn't have people saying, we had a great time in South Fulton at this house while we were doing the conference at Spelman.
Well, the feedback that that's most important to me is the 37 residents that live there and pay taxes here. So that's who I report to. That's what's most important to me, not people that don't live here and don't have a vested interest in here.
Well, council member, the staff, the city's professional staff, and not any of those 37 residents who've talked about this have given you any evidence that this house, while the McClendons have owned it, has harbored crime.
Well, I believe our police department is professional staff, and I do believe there are police reports. And so,
After all this process, we have not seen any of that. And as it was mentioned, the city keeps track of that on these short-term rentals, and there's not evidence of this house having crime. And we're glad to review the documents, but there have been criminal incidents on the street at other places, but not the McClendon's home.
But the
Councilwoman Willis, can I interject for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you, sir, for your very passionate defense of your client. But if you could, please, let's just bring the temperature down a little bit and allow the councilwoman to finish her comments before you rebut them, just so that we can maintain some order in the room. And I would appreciate that.
I'll turn it over to Mr.
Thank you so much.
Well, no, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much. I yield. I don't need to hear anything else. I have no more questions, so he has nothing else to say to me. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I respond to the police reports?
Mayor Pro Tem, I yield, and he has nothing else to say to me.
Councilwoman Willis has yielded, and so we're going to move on to Councilwoman Pritchett.
So my question is, I see in your packet that the house is like, it's over 5,000 square feet. It's a big house. So when you rent this house out, do you rent it like the rooms individually, or do you rent it like there's one big package?
Yes, the individual rooms are not available. They have to have the whole house.
And when people rent out the house, is it typically like for parties?
We actually have in our house rules no parties or events. Any sign of a party or event, they're getting canceled, and I have cameras all around and footage that I would be glad to share with anyone. We don't have any of that.
Can I just add, when, with the security surveillance that we do have, I'm usually the one on the camera having to count heads going in and going out. And if that does not match up to their reservation and what they said that they have reserved the home for, they will get immediately canceled. And we have done that.
Do you know Senator James?
No.
Do you know Senator James?
The first time we met her was the planning commission hearing. We don't know.
And do you know any of the other neighbors in the community?
I know the two neighbors on each side, and we have communication with them all the time. I talked to her yesterday. I talked to her yesterday. The two neighbors, the only one that really would be affected would be our neighbor on the right, Ms. Bynum. She apologized last time because someone said that our guests were dancing in her garage, and after the hearing she apologized, and she's not here today. But we talk to her all the time. I just had a conversation with her yesterday.
Well, I would implore you, as if you're a business owner in a residential community, it's always good to be in communication with the people who you're affecting, who your business affects. And you've heard from many residents, including our esteemed senator, and honestly, this body, we have a responsibility to do what staff recommends to us. But the other part is we have to take into account what the people are saying to us. And so, I have a state senator I've known for a long time, and she's extremely disturbed about this. And so, the commentary that she's made and the other people have made, I hope that it disturbs you as well. I hope that it's something that, it impresses upon you wanting to take in consideration what they're saying if you're going to continue to own this property, because if there's any negative impact to anyone else, then it's a problem for us. And so I really want you to, just understand that even with Councilwoman Willis, who represents that district area, you got to take in consideration what everybody's saying to you in order to be able to function as a business in our city.
Yes, ma'am, and I totally agree. Thank you for that. And I promise you, if we're aware of no crime attached to the house other than our house, was attempted burglary. So if the first time we heard these stories were the planning and commission hearing and today, And so if it had been brought to us, like our neighbor, if someone drives over her yard, which has happened twice in a year, we have a professional power washer go and clean it up. She brings that to us, but there's been no allegation of anything that would be considered illegal ever brought to our attention. I promise you that. And if it would, just like you said, it would disturb us. We wouldn't want to invite anyone into a situation that was crime-ridden. So that it's not been a reality. We came to talk about putting up a gate, which was the only issue that was brought to our attention. Everything else is new. I would like the police reports, but I couldn't respond to it. But I'd like them, and we're going to find them after this to see if they exist. But I can promise you, you can't come to my door without it coming on my phone. So if police were called or domestic violence, you can't get past that. I would have saw it and addressed it immediately, and Airbnb would have too. So.
Well, I would like to let you know that I'm looking at the same data my colleagues are looking at, and we do see case numbers associated to these things. And I would also like to suggest our police chief is right here, and we have our officers. They do community policing, and our officers have like a safety assessment plan that they'll come and visit your home. They'll point out to you different things that you should consider. They'll actually inventory the items in your home and everything. So because we're really a very hands-on city, I really implore you to communicate with our police department that has a substation on Butner Road and another one on Roosevelt Highway. Talk to them about your property, because there's some stuff here that you don't know about, and it really did happen. And I'll yield, and I'll just leave it there. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm a little bit disturbed, and I like to make things go in by story sometimes. In my own community, I was talking to one of my neighbors, and an incident happened in my own community. And I said to her, why have anyone on your street filed a police report? And the answer really was, we don't know, we're scared. I live here alone with my elderly mother, so we don't want to get involved. It is clear that from the police reports here, there's some things going on that property, and you guys may not be aware of it because it may not have been reported to you. I agree with Councilmember Pritchett that talking to the police department about things in that property, I don't know what the 39 information for officer is, but since you own the property, there are 10 different records here that's showing here, 10.
They show who called, or can we get those records?
So that's why we're saying talk to the police, because again, if this is just an indication of what was reported, then we have to say what was not reported, right? Because people in some of these quiet neighborhoods in the south side, as I just said, they just want to live their lives. They don't want to get involved with police. And quite frankly, things like firearm being discharged, it means that people are around with weapons. People doubly don't want to get involved. So I hear what you guys are saying, but from the records that have been shown here, there are clearly some issues, despite, even beyond what the neighbors said. These are official police reports. So I'll suggest, again, as Councilwoman Pritchett said, look into this and see what's going on here.
I'm going to ask if you don't respond. It's almost 8 o'clock and we haven't started our 7 o'clock meeting. We also have 2 more hearings to do, so we do want to try and get our staff out before midnight tonight. We'll have more discussion. We're not voting tonight. We're not voting until the 23rd. Let's all keep talking to our neighbors and to our elected officials. I'm going to give the final word to our outgoing Mayor Pro Tem, Natasha Williams-Brown.
Can I say one thing? I'm sorry.
No, we'll hear it afterwards, I promise. I mean, after the meeting. Go ahead.
If I may offer a suggestion, right? I'm very much aware that when Airbnb came on the scene in the country, that a lot of people saw it as a money-making opportunity. The challenge for us as council members is, and this is not specific to you, this is an industry comment. The challenge to us as council members is people buy houses to rent out to make money in neighborhoods where people live and raise their kids. And they don't know necessarily all that goes on. And I would implore not just you, but anybody coming before the council to have these hearings, to just please be mindful, not just of what you communicate, but how you communicate it. These things can get very passionate and very heated. But listening to what you're being told, just because you don't know it, doesn't mean it didn't happen, and in fact highlights the problems with Airbnbs in residential neighborhoods, because you're essentially an absentee landlord renting your property out to make money. Don't respond, but sit with that. Because these people in this room and the people on this council that you're going back and forth with hold the key to whether this is passed or not. These people have to live with these 10 police reports and whatever may occur in the future. And when you go to your house, we get the calls and the emails, and they're plentiful. So again, just bear in mind that while you're very passionate about your position, we've got 37 petitions. We've got a sitting state senator that lives on this street for almost 50 years, and neighbors saying something different about their lived experience that you will never know because you don't live there. Please don't be dismissive of them and their concerns. Thank you, Mayor. I yield.
All right, thank you. Correction, we have 3 more hearings. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 6 under special use permits. Public hearing U23-025, application by Hugh Pham, requesting a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 6890 Campbellton Road, Suite 7, in District 6. This is in the C1 zoning district, the Cliftondale Overlay District. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations approval conditional.
Point of order, Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums for a point of order.
This actually is listed in District 2. And on the paperwork, it's showing that it's listed in District 6. I don't know how that confusion occurred, but this is actually District 2.
We're looking at 6890 Campbellton.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing it as District 2. I'm not sure what's.
Well, what we're looking at says District 6. Or is it Campbellton Fairburn? Which one is it?
Doesn't matter, it's definitely not District 6. No part of Campbellton anything is in District 6.
It's District 2.
Okay.
The memorandum on the front page shows it as District 2. If there's a typo within the staff report, we apologize for that, but it's District 2.
I think it's on the printed agenda, but noted. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Director Hyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is case U23-025, 6890 Campbellton Road, Suite 7. It is a request for a nail salon to operate at that address, which is in the C1 Limited Commercial District and in the Cliftondale Overlay District. It is in Council District 2. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional. I believe that the conditions are that the special use permit is not transferable and that this address must maintain a current South Fulton business license in order to maintain their special use permit. I will call your attention to page 7 of the staff report, which includes a map. The staff reports for the hair salons, nail salons, barber shops will include this map, which shows where the proposed salon is in relation to other nail salons, hair salons in the vicinity. What you'll see is that there's a red dot on the map. That red dot represents the proposed salon that we are having the public hearing about today. And those other white dots represent other salons that are in the vicinity, and the circle around each of those white dots represents a 1 mile radius.
Say that again?
Would you refer us to the page?
Page 7 of the staff report.
All right. In
page
the
7 of 11. Hopefully you all are looking at.
I'll ask because we have a whole agenda, page 70.
7 of the actual. I'm looking at the actual staff report.
Right. But for council and those of us that are following along on the printed agendas, we're on page 70. And can we put
For those of us that are in Novus agenda, is this page 7?
70?
Okay.
Oh, Novus agenda.
Page 7?
Mr. Clerk, what page is it in Novus agenda? Or can we just throw a slide up on the screen?
Yeah, we can try to do that.
It's page 7.
She's in Novus.
And Novus is 7. It's page 7. You're right. I think that's what we're about to do. You're right. Number 7. Page 7.
Okay.
You quit. Because you see all of them closed.
While we try to get this slide up, we are sliding into hour 2 of our 1 hour scheduled planning and zoning hearing. One of the things that we are going to be talking about in our retreat in a month is how we handle the growing number of cases, particularly short-term rental and special use cases, which are doubling the length of our zoning. So that is something for council just to be mindful that we will be discussing. Again, that's how to handle all of these special use cases.
It's a new one.
Mr. Mayor, did everyone find the correct page of where the?
Yes, I believe that everyone found it, and we are just going to bring it up online for those of you all who do not have a printed copy. While he's doing that, just to keep things moving along, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I do see the applicant is here. Sir, you will have 10 minutes. You don't have to use the entire 10 minutes. And you can reserve some of that for other supporters that might want to speak on your behalf, and for rebuttal, which you are allowed to have after we hear from those in opposition. Your 10 minutes, and you can go ahead and state your name. Your 10 minutes starts now.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Bao Pham, and I will be speaking on behalf of the business owner of Icon Nail Salon. So the purpose of obtaining this special use permit is to ensure that a nail salon aligns seamlessly with the zoning requirement and reflect our commitment to responsible and community-friendly practices. Our nail salon are pretty new, clean. We have a total of 4 employees, 10 chairs, and 6 tables. We comply with all relevant health and safety standards. Our staff are well trained. We consistently employ hand sanitizer, wearing masks, cleaning using a nail tool, sterilizations, and to always to ensure a comfortable seating and workstation. And this is we always want to maintain the safety and hygiene of all nail products used in our nail salon, and to prevent any strain and discomfort for both our customers and staff. Yeah, that's all.
All right. Are there any other speakers in support, Mr. Clerk?
No, I did not receive any cards in support or opposition.
All right. And do we have any speakers in opposition?
I didn't receive any cards, no, sir.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And if you want to just stay up here, we're going to have questions now from council. I'm going to do this by show of hands so we can leave this map up on the screen. Again, for those of you all who are looking at the screen, if you can make it a little bigger, that would be great. But the red dot is where the proposed salon is. The white dots are where other salons in the area or in the district are, and the circle around the white dots represent a 1-mile radius away from the nearest salon. All right, I'm going to start with the District 2 representative, as is our practice. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Carmelita Gumbs.
Good evening. So this is in the BP shopping center, correct? The BP by the BP gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you already operating a nail salon there or no?
Yes, we're already operating.
So it is a nail, so is this Nails Icon?
Icon Nail Salon.
Okay, so this is not a new nail salon, correct? You're not opening up another nail salon. It is Nails Icon.
Yes, the only one.
Okay, because I was about to give you the business, but okay, I understand completely. All right, I don't have any further questions. Thank you. So are you all changing ownership? Is that what is taking place?
Yes, we bought the nail salon from the previous owner.
Oh, I was informed of that. Okay, all right.
We bought it for about on August 15, 2022.
Okay, and you're not changing the name?
No, we keep it that way, yeah.
Nails Icon.
Icon Nail Salon.
Okay, so if I ride out there and the name change, it's going to be a problem. Okay, all right. Thank you. That's it. I'm good.
Anyone else? All right, I'm going to go around by show of hands because we're trying to keep the map up. So did you have something?
She just want to make sure it's her nail salon.
Yeah, because this is where I go get my nails done every 2 weeks.
She just want to make sure.
Okay.
Yes, we just took oaths. Anyone on this side? Okay, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
So you said you have 4 employees,
Yes, ma'am.
but you have 10 stations?
Yes.
How does that work?
So we getting employers depends on the season. Since it's winter, we don't have a lot of customers, so that's why we have only 4 employees, including the business owner. Yeah, and the chair and the table They always there. They not always fill up with customer, though. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right, we are. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next hearing.
That brings us to item 7, public hearing, U23-026, application by Diane L. Parker, requesting a special use permit to operate a beauty salon at 3435B Roosevelt Highway. This is located in District 3 in the C1 zoning district. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations approval conditional.
Where are we?
Director McClendon, we are at case number 7.
This is case number U23-026. It is a request for a special use permit for a beauty salon at 3435B Roosevelt Highway. This is in the C1 Limited Commercial District. The staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional, with the conditions being that the special use permit is not transferable and that the permittee is required to maintain a valid business license. The aforementioned map related to this case is on, I'm not sure where it is in your system, but it is on page 7 of the staff report. And it is essentially the same outline with the red dot representing where this proposed salon will be, and the other white dots surrounding it representing other hair and nail salons.
Thank you. If you are, I'm not sure where we are in Novus, but if you are following along in our printed agenda or our published agenda online, that is page 82 of 98 in the zoning hearings. We're going to bring that map up. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant here? All right, if you will go ahead and come forth, you will have 10 minutes. You go ahead and state your name and address. As always, you may want to reserve some balance of your time. You don't have to use the whole 10 minutes, but you may reserve some balance of your time for your other supporters or rebuttal after you've heard from the opposition. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Good evening. My name is Dinell Parker, and the business location is 3435B Roosevelt Highway. I am requesting a special use permit for a salon studios. I currently am a teacher in the area. I've been teaching for over 8 years, and I in the area for 25 years altogether. And I own another small studio in Union City, which is right over the railroad tracks. The purpose of wanting to seek this location is because of the requests that I have from the community. And so I sought out something close by within a 5-mile radius of the first location. Pretty much that's all I have to say about that.
All right, are there any other speakers in support?
Did not receive any cards in support or opposition to this item.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and then close the public hearing and open it up to the council for comments, as always deferring to the district representative. We are corrected. This is in District 3. We got this one right tonight. All right. The chair recognizes District 3 Representative Helen Zenobia Willis.
Where is this on Reservoir Highway?
It's in the Red Oak Village Plaza.
Where exactly?
It's next door to the subway. It was a beauty school there previously.
So what request came from the community that they wanted another beauty salon there? Because I'm pretty entrenched, and that's not what our community says we want there.
Well, it was at the other location. People asked for just do you have any other locations that are nearby? So it's in Union City at the requests were made in Union City, which is in a 5-mile radius of this location.
Okay. Because I was very intentional to the landlord on what we wanted and what the community has called for in that area. And it wasn't another hair studio, nail salon, or anything of that nature. So when you said that the community was calling for that, I was kind of confused. So thank you, I yield.
All right, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Thank you, and this is probably a question for Director McClendon, because at least from what I'm looking at, I see a red dot next to a white dot, which, if I'm understanding correctly, and I probably am not, but does that mean that we've got a hair salon next to a hair salon within a mile radius of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7 other salons? Am I kind of reading that map right?
Well, it means that we have a proposed salon next to a currently existing salon, which is in the vicinity of these other salons.
Oh, boy.
I believe it will be in the same plaza.
Right. I mean, because very familiar with that plaza. Very, very familiar with that plaza. I think I'm just a little taken aback at a proposal to put a hair salon next door to a hair salon. With 7, I don't think I know how to wrap my brain around that. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
How do I do
The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gums.
So, Director, I guess this would be Ms. Subadan, because I can't directly address your staff. But we have the ordinance for the single like use, right? We've talked about this because if they are stopped or informed of the single like use during the beginning of the process, would we even be able to make it here and spending valuable time when we already know that there is an ordinance within the city of South Fulton that gives you that mile radius? How can we overcome that part? Because we've just did a song and dance for about 2 hours, and most of these don't qualify, and they may end up being denied or, disqualified because they are within that 1 mile radius. Our time is valuable. Your time is valuable. These constituents' time are valuable. So I'm trying to figure out where we can come to a happy medium, because I'm tired.
Go ahead. I asked about this.
But that's not what I'm thinking.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I believe that this is the result of some confusion that from previous administrations. The like uses ordinance that was proposed, and this predates everybody on staff, but that ordinance was not actually passed. And so and even if that ordinance had been passed, from my reading of it, those items would still come before you for approval. But nevertheless, that ordinance was not passed. So there is technically no like uses ordinance. What was passed instead was this special use permit process, which is why we go through this through these hearings and notification method.
I'm going to ask if we could stop it there and continue this discussion at our retreat. Thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything else, but since I have been silenced, I guess I will wait to the retreat.
If it is all right with if it is all right with council, as we do have an entire other meeting to do, for which we are now nearly an hour and 20 minutes behind, I think that we can continue. We'll have much more fruitful discussions that will be less subject to issues. We do that after the meeting. So I'm going to go ahead, Mr. Clerk, that was our final item.
No, we have one more.
We have one more?
Actually, two. We have two more, actually.
We have two more.
Yeah.
Just respectfully, could we take the conversation offline, because we have two more items and another council meeting?
That's fine, but I do want to say one quick thing. Mr. McClendon, if we could just educate these applicants when they come in, like Councilmember Gums say, before they even put in the application, to let them know that there is a mile radius light use that they're gonna, if we could just educate them, because it is a waste of time, because it's not likely it's going to get approved. And you know what? And this speaks volumes to what people think of our community if they think they could just put nail salons right next to each other and hair salons right next to each other. We have said time and time again to you, and also economic development, that is not what our residents want. So that's it. I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 8, public hearing, U23-027, application by Fong Diep, requesting a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 5495 Old National Highway, District 5 in the C2 zoning district. Staff recommendations, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is case U23-027. It is at 5495 Old National Highway in the C2 General Commercial Old National Highway Overlay District. It is listed as Council District 5. This is a special use permit request to operate a nail salon at the aforementioned address. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning recommendation is approval conditional, with those conditions being that the permittee must maintain a valid South Fulton business license, and that the special use permit is not transferable. The map that we have been speaking about is contained on page 707 of the staff report. I'll ask the clerk to see if we can find that in Novus.
All right, and while he's pulling that up, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is the applicant present? All right, you can come forward. I think you know the drill by now. You'll get 10 minutes. You'll share it with those in support. You might want to reserve some time for rebuttal.
Good evening, and Happy New Year for all the culture in here. I'm sorry for your just hearing for opening nail salon. I just talk real quick about it. Basically, on March last year, we got the zone, applied for the zone permit for the nail salon, and they got approval. And since I tried to open the past everything, the fire marshal, until the March on last year, and basically, when I tried to get the business license, and Miss Karen told me, basically the zone, we opened the nail salon, have to approve for the special use permit. That really shocked me, because everything has been complete from the nail salon already. Nobody let me aware I have to apply for the special use permit. Honestly, if I do know, I guarantee I'm not gonna open, because I really stressful since life from October from last year to now, because every single month I have to pay for the lease and all the utility. Basically, I swear to God, I try to open the nail salon, try to give all the benefit to the South Fulton, to the city, because the nail salon just around 8 to 10 minutes away from the airport. A lot of travelers coming and try to get the nail done. And also, almost every single lady love to be more beauty. My job is make sure everyone to looking good and more beauty. And a lot of like American lady out there, they cannot get high from another nail salon. Like you mentioned with me earlier, I remember no matter what the skin color, we're gonna be stick together. We're gonna tie together. I want to make sure I don't mind what your skin color is. If you a good technician, you are American, you Spanish, you black, you white, doesn't matter who you are. As long you are good nail technician or you have less experience, I will try my best to co-sign you, help you more better, and gonna train you to be better. You have to be responsible to pay for tax for it, and you don't have to work at home without pay tax for it. A lot of like American young lady or lady out there or Spanish lady, they cannot get work at the nail salon. Somehow nail salon, they don't hire American or Spanish at all. My job is make sure I guarantee, I swear to God, every single word I say down the road, any single lady, no matter what color you are, you call the solo nail. I asking Ryan, I gonna hire you, but at least you know what to do. Make sure you can satisfy the customer and make customer happy walk out the door. Then I gonna hire you. I want every single the citizen know how to pay tax for it, and myself gonna pay tax for it. And also right now, honestly, me, my mother-in-law, and my wife, both, only me and my mother-in-law right now, did not working at all. The reason is we try to go to the different nail salon while we waiting for special use permit. Nobody gonna hire us. They say, we gonna open the nail salon. They don't want to hire us. They think we're gonna stole their customer to bring our nail salon later on down the road. We all kind like jobless right now. But all the lease, the utility, we have to pay for to rent that space right now. That's why, honestly, I just asking for, all I'm asking is, I try to bring all the benefit to the city, South Fulton, to make every single penny, we're gonna pay tax for it. And also, like, we just want to make sure every lady out there know how to do nail. No matter what color you are, please give me a call. If you think you know how to do nail, please give me a call. I will hire you and train you to be better and learn how to pay to be paid tax. Because the tax is very important to make the city more stronger and be more success. All my job is want to make sure everybody have to pay tax, allow for the city to grow and to be stronger, and to make sure everybody know how to pay tax for it. And I'm just asking, make sure understand if like put my situation to anyone out here or anyone on back there, please understand every month pass so quick, and I have to pay the lease, all the utility, everything. Plus, honestly, our alarm keep going up because somebody keep trying to break in to our nail salon, try to stealing. Like day or two, they keep coming, try to break in, rob everything, whatever they want. But thanks goodness, because I have the alarm. And that every time they try to open the back door, alarm going up. And nobody get anything. I do have insurance, but I don't want somebody break in and claim on insurance, something like that. That's why I got a 2-bar, really strong bar on the back door, tie them real tight, make sure nobody break in or anything like that. Please understand to give me the special use permit approval. I just swear to God, I gonna, begging all y'all
God gonna bless y'all guys. Try to help me out because I talked to myself already. Every single penny I make, I gonna pay tax. I gonna support for the homeless or the firefighter down the road just in case they need or something like that. I know sometimes they're asking for help for the firefighter come to the nail salon because I've been to the nail salon already. I know I see some people asking. Some owner, they don't want to give any penny to the firefighter or anything like that. But I swear to God, I will do it. I promise I do it. If I tell any single word, not the truth, okay, God gonna make me die instantly. I will swear like that, honestly. I will swear anything because right now, in the past 4 months already, I don't have money much right now because to pay all the lease and utility. Please help me out. God gonna bless you. God's gonna bless me and everybody out there. When I have money, I will guarantee we'll help all the people as much as I can, and I will try my best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your time. Those speakers in opposition, would you come forth as your names are called?
Yes, we have Alvin Reynolds and Michael Venable who signed up to speak in opposition.
Get you some kiss. Press on. Some press-ons.
Good evening. My name is Alvin Reynolds. I reside at 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, and that is in District 7. About a mile away from this proposed nail salon. I just want to state that I've been coming before council for many years and been coming before council about these types of businesses. Just in the last year, we spoke on at least 10. Tonight, we've had about 3, 4, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be many, many more. I can't say enough about the oversaturation of these types of businesses and so forth, so I'm just going to be quick and going to be short as I sit here and I listen to the commentary that has already gone forth about these types of businesses. Revert to the staff report under the subtopic conclusion, item number 14, and it simply says effect on character of the neighborhood. It says that this use should not affect the character of the neighborhood, which is commercial. There is a characterization of the neighborhood when you have an oversaturation of a certain types of businesses. You're characterizing an area. I don't believe that our area should be characterized in this manner, and this is what we've allowed to happen. Not just today, but in prior years. At some point, we're going to have to get to a point to where we are going to have equity in the businesses and the commercial structures that we allow in our area. This has been going on quite often and far too long. Gentleman is very passionate about his business, as every business owner should be. But again, I talk to you about the people that lives in these areas. Mm-hmm. I think that we're more than just nail salons, barbershops, beauty shops. I think we're more than that. And I think that we should strive to be more than that. Not saying that these businesses aren't essential to the neighborhood, but how many do we have to have? Once again, we're setting a precedence of the area. And at some point, when you start getting people that have had enough, and I'm talking about good tax-paying people, people making decent incomes and so forth, and you move the neighbors out, the only thing you're going to be left with is a hood. Thank you.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle.
let's go to the facts. And I have done this multiple times on these personal care type zonings. There is an oversaturation of these types of businesses consolidated in one single area. The disturbing part is that only seems to happen on the south side of the city of South Fulton. The arguments that I just heard from these previous cases were exactly what I said when all the other cases came about. Most recently, there was a nail salon application in a plaza that already had a nail salon application, unit, right in the exact same plaza. But the comments here, well, that's not right. But you know what happened when that came up? It passed unanimously. Everybody said it was okay. And so when people talk about certain areas being slighted, there's some fact to that. Look at this map. They're sitting personal cares right beside each other. I have come here and brought 2 pages of addresses, all with Old National Army addresses, and read them out. But that didn't do any good. Maybe I should have just drew a picture and do a map, because at least somebody's looking at it and questioning it now. But it was a problem. All of these barber, beauty, nail, this is making this part of the city look just like Union City does with the car lots. Like that's the only niche that should be here and the only thing that we're worthy of doing. What I'm saying is everybody needs to be fair. If you're going to question that on one part of the city, you should question this on all parts of the city. As you can see, this is a dire oversaturation and a dire problem, and that is the way Old National has its problems, and it will never get over its problems until we decide we're going to do something different. This is not about the applicant as a person and a business. It's probably great. This is a land use issue, and we have overdone one type of land use throughout the entire area of Old National, and that needs to stop so we can truly move forward. I would just urge you to deny this use permit because it's inappropriate for the area.
All right, sir. Sir, you do have 2 minutes and 39 seconds for rebuttal if you have anything you wanted to say, yes.
Thank you so much for all their concern. Basically, understand the Old National. Basically, the street is growing. On the whole street is really growing. A lot of traffic pass by every day because the Old National really close to the Atlanta airport. We have a lot of travel. They stop by waiting for the next flight. They come to looking to relax, enjoy for pedicure, or to fix one nail, or to make their nail look more beauty for the next stop. That's why I try to open the nail salon and try to my best make sure take care of all the traveler and make sure we make some money, we can pay tax for it. Like 2 meter heat, they just say, open something else, not the nail salon. I'm sorry, no nail salon, okay? What else he want to open the business? When the space is empty and nobody jump into the Old National, the space is no tax. because I don't pay the lease, the landlord don't pay tax for it. And all the travel, all the young lady growing every day, they try to look more beauty, or they right now a lot of lady, American lady now, they try to do nails. And why we don't give them opportunity to do nails, to take care American take care American. They understand more than Asian people, and they could be take care better than Asian people. And also, I'm just asking is, please understand, Old National Highway is growing. There need more, not like I say, basically, one more nail salon on the Old National, not gonna kill the whole street. Basically, just make sure they're just growing and have to pay the tax for it. And also just take care of the customer from the different state when they stop at the Atlanta airport, that's all. I'm sorry if I say anything wrong, and if my word is not right, please accept my apology. I did not mean to or anything like that. I'm sorry, miss. I'm sorry what I see you shake your head when something I say, but I'm sorry, I did not mean or anything. Okay? I'm apologize for it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Depp. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to questions for comment. Go to questions for council. I will remind you all, these meetings are as long as we make them. And with that, I see in the queue, Mayor, Councilwoman.
I yield to the district councilperson.
Thank you.
Seeing that I am a supporter of press zones, I have no comments or questions.
Next in the queue, Councilwoman Willis. Okay, Councilwoman Pritchett.
I will say this again, I've said this before, but I do agree with the business owner that, we keep having individuals that come here and they are opposed to these type of petitions or applications. But I don't see anybody coming up with anything different, and there are so many, we have an economic development office on Old National. And, we need to start, if we want to, people say we need to do something different, well, then let's do something different. If we're going to do something different, then let's utilize the resources that we have in our city. Let's stop trying to just stigmatize certain businesses because they are taking the initiative to rent open spaces. They want to service people. It's all they know. It's what they know, and they probably do a good job of it. If you want to see something different, you want to see the culture change, let's look at, we have an economic development office. Our parking lots on Old National, I can say they are not the cleanest. I can say that we do need to look at better lighting. We do need to look at better security. As citizens, we do need to look at policing ourselves and stop throwing the trash on the ground. Stop creating environments where the only people who find it attractive are nail salons and beauty salons. We're responsible for this as much as everybody else is. We have to do better. And that's just my personal / professional opinion, but this comes up time and time again, and we cannot bash a particular type of business because they are the ones that are just trying to stay in business based on the inventory that we have. I yield.
Mayor,
I would really like to move on. If these are not critical, if we could just talk about these, as I said, between now and the 23rd when we vote. I'm going to ask the clerk. It is approaching 9 o'clock and we have not started our council meeting. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
I was in a queue.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I'm in the queue ahead of Councilwoman Willis.
The chair recognizes whoever wants to speak. The chair,
The only thing I have to say is
wait, no. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown, if we all can agree to acquiesce for the time, then we got to hear everybody. I've been admonished to hear everyone, so here we go. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
I promise, Mayor, this isn't going to be long, but I co-signed on Councilwoman Bell as part of the Press On Ministry. So, I feel her on that. But I know I've said this in other meetings, as part of the conversation at the retreat around these like-use businesses, can there also be a conversation about how we, as the council members, can, and I've asked for this repeatedly over and over again, be made aware of what people are proposing to put in our district? Because the one that we deferred, that's in my district, the hair salon, 3 doors down from a hair salon, I had no idea that was happening until I went to the beauty supply shop. That's around the corner from a beauty supply shop. But I had no idea that was coming in, and fortunately, the attorney representing the applicant did reach out to me. We had a really good conversation. That's how we got that deferred. But at some point, we've got to know these things are happening before they show up in front of us in council meeting, so that we're not having 2 and 3 hour long meetings having these conversations that could have been had if we had known before we got here this was happening.
Your point is noted. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
all I have to say is our residents matter, and they have told us time and time again they don't want to see more chicken shacks, nail salons, hair salons. We are better than that, and the residents on Old National are better than that, and they want to see something different. And you know, while I'm very sympathetic to people who want to come and do business here, if we already have the uses here, I agree we shouldn't have an oversaturation of them. I am sorry that you know, this may impact a business owner, but we have said over and over again that we want a variety and diversity, and we want to see more. We want to see different uses throughout the city, and that's just, you know, where I am. I will respect the decision of the council person who represents that district, but that's just where I am.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify from looking at this map. I wasn't sure if I was going to be allowed to speak on this topic, but Mr. McClendon, is that red? Are those 3 white dots out of salons, or those are just
nail salons,
markings on the map?
Nail salons. Nail salons.
Unfortunately, on this particular map, we weren't able to delineate whether it's a nail salon or a hair salon or a barbershop. But each of those 3 dots represents one of those.
Correct.
So on this map, I'm seeing a total of 5 when that one it would be 6. So those similar business. I just want to make sure, because, yeah. Okay. The other thing I want to remind us when it comes to this thing with nail, I know a little bit, there's a school around here that's churning out these nail and hair folks as well, right? There's a high school that does this. Yes, Tri-Cities High School has a very good program.
That's a try.
So there might be people in our community that are indeed looking for work in this field. So that's a bigger picture for our economic development people, figure out what other programs we can get done great by our schools, so that we're not having all these people try and find working positions for.
They do.
I'm just saying. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. Mr. Clerk, please sound the last item.
The last item is a alcohol license public hearing. Alcohol license for Triple S 22 2022 Investment LLC, doing business as A1 Store, for an alcohol license for the retail sale of beer and wine beverages at 6129 Old National Highway.
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council, City Manager. The application for Triple S doing business as A1 Store located at 6129 Old National Highway has met all the legal requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. The purpose of this change of ownership is that the previous owner is transferring the business and all shares to the future owner, and the previous owner did hold a valid alcohol license at the location. A public safety plan has been submitted, and the staff recommendation is approval.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. Is the applicant here, Mr. Clerk? Okay,
yes.
As they approach, you know the drill, 10 minutes, save some time for rebuttal.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Samina, and that's my son, Cheryl. That's my beautiful daughter-in-law, Kimberly. They just got married. We're not going to take much of your time. I am dealing with some health conditions, and that is the reason we, as a family, me and my husband, decided that I think this is the right time that I can step back and my son can take my responsibilities. So we're just simply requesting to transfer the ownership and licenses to my son. That's it.
All right, thank you, and congratulations on your marriage. This is a nice gift, the whole business. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers in opposition?
We did not receive any cards. I don't know if anyone's in the audience.
All right, seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing and open it up to council. I'll start with the district representative, as is our practice. This is in District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes, I was
to the Chevron, and since your last appearance here last year. And so yes, do that. I thank you very much for all of the upgrades. The lighting is fantastic. The store looks way better than it has looked in a very long time. Please do continue to maintain it in that condition. And I certainly do hope that all goes well with you as you step back to deal with your personal matters.
Thank you.
No, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
A motion by Councilman Sebastian, second by Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
All right, I'll entertain that vote by show of hands.
Court, that is unanimous. We are adjourned at 8:49 p.m.
Oh, that's not all, folks. I now call to order our third and final meeting of the night, our regularly scheduled meeting for 7 p.m. Mr. Clerk, please
call the roll.
It's a roll call for the regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1. The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchard, District 7.
Here.
The Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the invocation. And, okay. Pastor McKee is going to provide the invocation.
It is great to see you, Dr. McKee, back here.
Thank you so much. Let us look unto the Lord. God Almighty, creator of all heaven and earth, we just want to thank you for this time. Lord, we thank you for the year 24. As we embark into this, Lord, give our new council members the wisdom, the understanding, how to lead in humanity, integrity, and above all, the fear of you. Now, Lord, we ask that you continue to give all our city manager, our police departments, all our first responders that's behind us, and let us move forward into the new era, new visions, new hopes, and new horizons that you have for us. But just most of all, just let us rule with integrity. Let us serve with integrity. And let us know that we're working unto you. And it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. You got it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 5, approval of City Council meeting minutes, the regular meeting minutes from December 12th, 2023, the work session minutes from December 12th, 2023, and the zoning public hearing minutes from December 12th, 2023.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as read.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I will and is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Record that as unanimous. Approved 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is adoption of the council agenda. And Mr. Mayor and Council, I just want to bring to your attention a couple of corrections that were brought to our attention. For item 4 under rezoning, special use permit. This is a case at 5510 Fellwood Place. That item is to be held another 2 weeks to the January 23rd council meeting. On items 7 and 8, these items are for a vote tonight. It says first read on the agenda, but Mr. McClendon has indicated that those are eligible for a vote this evening. And Councilmember Gumbs, did you want to remove item 11, the hospital authority item, from the agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay. Those are all of the corrections that I'm aware of.
Mr. Clerk.
Oh, yes.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to remove the council meeting schedule from the agenda for, thank you, for discussion and subsequent adoption during our regular meeting.
It's item 10 on the consent agenda.
Okay, we'll make that item number 18. No, I'm sorry, will we? Yeah, that's fine. Are there any other changes? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Record that as unanimous, 7-0, approved.
Okay. More zoning. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
It brings us to item 5 on the agenda, zoning modification, resolution M23-002, application by Jeffrey Teague requesting a modification to allow townhomes in the Hampton Oaks subdivision. The original zoning case number was 2003 Z0020. It's located in District 4.
No, item 5.
All right. Is there, did we have?
Number 5.
I'm sorry, did Mr. McClendon or someone want to speak to this? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
And vote.
You're right.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we deny this application.
Second.
Okay, I heard District 4 with the motion and second by Councilmember Willis.
All right, I'll entertain that vote by a show of hands.
Record that as unanimous, 7-0 to deny.
Approved. All right, please sound the next item.
Next one is item 6, which is a first read only, Z23-019, application by Brahma Jagama, requesting a rezone from AG1 to NUP to develop an up to 12-unit single-family detached subdivision on 7.22 acres of land at 3250 and 3280 Stonewall Road in District 2. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation was approval conditional.
All right, just for the record, this is the first read, so we're not voting on this tonight. Is that correct?
No.
I thought he said second. That's what he started with.
No, that was for items number 7 and 8, not item number 6.
But I did want to provide an update.
I got you, but this is just the first read, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And we're not voting. No. All right, before that, can we just hear the conditions for the record, Mr. Clerk or Mr. Attorney McClendon, if you have them?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I did not print out a copy of it.
They were discussed in the last meeting, but they're in the packet.
Rezone from AG1 to...
You want the conditions read into the record?
Yes. Is this entire page the conditions?
This is staff recommendations. That
Okay, we'll just note that they are those.
We'll make sure that we have the conditions available for the next meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. All right, the chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gomes.
At our last meeting, when they came to present and the conditions were presented, I did ask them to go back to the community because I believe at that point in time there was one person that attended their community meeting, and they have done so. They have also sat down with me. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from the community in regards to that. So they did have a community meeting with Cliftondale, and they had about 20 or so constituents that attended. So I just wanted to make sure that we provided that update. Only concern that a few residents have emailed about they're only building 12 custom homes, but concerned about them becoming building new construction for rentals. And of course, we have legislation that addresses that. So I do want to kind of rest people's mind at ease in regards to that. But that was the only update I wanted to provide, that they did meet with the community as asked.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, is there any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Did you sound in 23-002?
yeah, that was denied. 7-0.
And 23-014?
1-4 was pulled during the adoption of the meeting. It will be heard on the 23rd.
Sorry, U23-018?
Yes. So number 7.
Yes, would you sound that, please? Thank you.
U23 2023-018, application by Sonia Edwards requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 735 Miller Road. It's located in District 2. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations approval conditional.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to deny this application at this time.
Second.
Number 7.
Mr. Clerk?
Motion by Councilmember Gum, seconded by Councilmember Rao.
All right, I'll entertain that vote by show of hands.
Court, that is unanimous. That item is denied unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 8, U23-020, application by Benjean Britt requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3405 Augusta Street. It's located in District 5. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation approval conditional.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve U23020.
All right, and that is with the conditions.
That is correct.
All right, the motion to approve with the conditions was made by Councilwoman Bell and seconded by Councilwoman Gums.
Okay.
I'll entertain that vote by show of hands.
Court, that is unanimous. That is approved.
We have now arrived at the public comments portion. It's usually my favorite part of the meeting where we get to hear from our constituents, but it appears that at this late hour we may have lost our constituency. Mr. Clerk, if you want to go ahead and sound the speakers, you do have 2 minutes. Please make sure that you state your name and address. And if you are, we'll call your name twice, and if we don't hear you, we will move forward.
The 2 citizens that had submitted cards are not here, so they left. So,
all right. Please sound the next item.
Just for the record, it was Ms. Connie Robinson and Eleanor Ross.
All right, thank you. We are in receipt of your comment cards, and they'll be forwarded on to us. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is council comments.
All right, we're going to go in reverse order this time, starting with District 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you so much. And Happy New Year's, everyone. We're really excited to be back with you this year. I would like to recap over the holiday. We had a wonderful Christmas party for the Old National Corridor where myself and Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown and also Councilwoman Rao and our new Councilwoman Bell attended. We had a wonderful time, and it was really exciting because a lot of people from all over, Old National, and even throughout the city came to celebrate with us at our new event center, Crestwood. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm looking forward to working with my counterparts on the Old National Corridor. We will be having a multi-district town hall coming very soon so that we can bring unity across the Old National. And I yield. Thank you.
District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown. I'm sorry, District 6, Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Right. These are Councilman Sebastian's problems now. For Happy New Year. Today, January 9th, 2024, the men of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, my frat brothers, are celebrating 110 years since their founding, and I would certainly be remiss if I did not wish the men of Phi Beta Sigma a very happy Founders Day. I I am looking at all of the pictures that are being posted of the good time everyone's having while we are here. And so I hate that I was not able to join with them, but please do, party it up because we got next.
Good evening and Happy New Year to each and every one of you. I am ecstatic and looking forward to opportunities of working with my fellow council persons, as well as the lovely residents in District 5. I appreciate all that you have done and your support, and I am looking forward to moving forward in this new year, 2024, with many civic engagements, community engagements, and more events. I look forward to serving you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year, everyone. I want to thank all of those who, before I say anything else, today is Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, isn't it? So we've lost most of our officers, I think. But if there are some still here, even outside, I want you to call them in so that we can officially recognize you guys and give you what you deserve. So call them in while I do the rest of this stuff. I just want to thank, again, go back to thank staff. I know we had a flurry to the end of the year, and we did a lot of good work, a lot of activities all over this great city. And I just want to thank you guys for continuing to support. I want to thank the residents of District 4. I just made 2 years. It seems as if it's been 4 years already, but it's just been 2 years on the 4th of January. And so I want to thank you for continuing to support. I'm still excited about serving the city, still excited about serving the district. And I want to continue to tell you guys to be engaged. Look out for our online virtual town hall that's going to be on Thursday, January 25th. So if you haven't gotten it yet in my newsletter, send an email to me. If you're not getting the newsletter, jc.sebastian@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. That's JACEEY.SEBASTIAN@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. And with that, for officers that are here, happy Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Thank you all. I only found out this morning, so I didn't have time to get you all anything, right? But it will be coming. Thank you all. And I want to say congratulations to, again, these 4 powerful councilwomen that won their races and were inaugurated this past Saturday. I'm looking forward to working with each of you over the next couple of years. You know, everyone keeps telling me, I'm praying for you. And I'm like, I'll be fine. I love my sisters here in the council. I get along with all of them, well, except one. But I do get along with everyone here on this council relatively well, and I expect us to continue to work together to serve the people of this lovely, lovely city of ours. And again, thank you all for the support over the last couple of years, and I look forward to continuing to serve you. Thank you.
The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you to all of my District 3 constituents that supported me, and the ones who did not support me, I thank you too, but I still represent you. And if you need anything from me, please reach out. You can, if you're not getting my newsletter, you can subscribe to it at 428, District 3, 428, 42828. Also, I want to thank everybody that came out to our inauguration on last Saturday. I want to thank staff for all of their efforts in pulling it together. And I want to thank public safety for all of their efforts. And we are, and I want to thank everybody for participating in my, who helped me get my community engagement events and outreach events over the holidays. They were quite massive. And I want to thank you so much for helping us with the Shaka Claus, the annual Shaka Claus event. We got to start planning that one earlier. And I think that was it. And I am looking forward to 2024. Bringing online the pool, working with the city manager and her department heads to bring online the pool and do the upgrades that's in the budget for this year, and working with the federal officials and bringing on the federal Job Corps. Thanks again, and I am looking forward to working with all of my colleagues on this council and moving forward.
Councilwoman Gumbs, District 2.
Happy New Year. Definitely excited to be back and excited to be working with this dynamic council. I will be praying for Mayor Khalid and Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, because we will be having a good time on this council. But I do want to just kind of share, we had a flurry of events towards the end of the year that I think were all positive and very exciting, as you can continue to see the growth in the city of South Fulton. But just if we're going to just talk about District 2, since that's what I've been ordained to do, we talked about we had the demolition of Cliftondale Community Center, so we did start that. My glasses look extremely big. So we will be having some more community engagement meetings, just to kind of talk about what we are going to see there while we are waiting on our Parks Master Plan. Also, too, we will be having our first Senior Health Day of the year, and we will be hosting that at Sandtown Park. On January 24th, we were hosting them at Wolf Creek Library, but we will be moving that over to Sandtown Park, and that will be from 12 p.m. to 1. We will have Deshaun Johnson come back and provide us some senior activities and healthy exercises. So if you are a senior and looking for some community engagement, it's a lot of fun. We have a good time, and come and make some new friends and get to know your city leadership. So that will be on January 24th. Also, too, on Monday, January 15th, we will have a day on and not a day off, which is, of course, MLK Day, where Stonewall Tell will be at Stonewall Tell Elementary, where we will have we have partnered with Kendall Ray, which is our local little farmer here in the South Fulton area, and we will be doing rock painting, tree trimmings, and shrubs from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. So if you are so inclined to spend some time giving back to your community, please join us. I do know that there's a litany of events that are happening on that day. You can come spend 30 minutes with me, 20 minutes with Councilwoman Willis, and maybe about 15 with Dr. Rao, all on that same day. But we are feeling like we need to really do some things and give back to the community on January 15th. Also, as you know, many of us are part of the D9 organization here, and it would be remiss of me not to be able to say Happy Founders Day to the beautiful ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. So we will be doing our service activities, and then we will be partying that same day. So technically, it is a day of work and play. So that's what we will be doing on that day. And then lastly, I don't want to belabor this, but the long-awaited Sweetheart Day Party. And I don't know if any of you all went to that last year, but we had a ball bringing over 200 and some seniors together to dance and eat. I think Councilwoman Pritchett came out and supported us that day, and it was just an amazing time. Just imagine us doing that again on steroids. So that will be on February the 15th. So I'm encouraging, 14th, I'm sorry, the Day of Love. So I'm encouraging you all to get your outfits together because it was a fashion show as well, to come out and join us as the city celebrates the month of love. And that will be at Eden Ranch from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we may make a little bit more room. It's going to grow, but we'll see how much money we got. But anyway, thank you all. Continue to stay engaged in the city of South Fulton. We have so much to be excited about, and I cannot continue to stress that. So I look forward to working with everyone on this council and our city manager and moving forward. Have a great evening.
All right, District 1, Dr. Rowell.
Couple quick updates. On January 11th, which is this Thursday at 10 a.m., we're going to encourage you to come out for coffee with a cop, and we also have our park staff. So we are encouraging residents to come, give your ideals. If you need to share some tips, we encourage you to do that as well. The police department will also be having, in conjunction with the Parks Department, on January 25th, 2024 at 6 p.m. at Sandtown Park and Rec Center, a chat and chew. And so again, that's at 6 p.m. Please come out for that event as well. For the King holiday, we have 2 activities on Saturday, January 13th. We had an Aerotropolis Trail cleanup project at 10 a.m. If you're not familiar with that trail, it's at Butner and Camp Creek. It's really on the edge of District 1 and District 2. That's in partnership with the Southeast Trust for Parks and Land. And on January 15th, in partnership with the Cascade BMA, we have our annual MLK Day cleanup starting at 10 a.m. So we have a lot of great things going on for the King holiday. Also wanted to send out shout outs to the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority on their Founders Day, and they will be having a event at Sandtown Pub Brunch on January 15th. So that concludes my remarks, and Happy New Year to everybody. Good to be back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. You'll go ahead and bring up that slide. While he's bringing that up, you all know that I'm a man of many ideas, and I had this idea about rotating our mayor pro tem in order of seniority so that everyone would get a chance to do it. We voted against that, but we are actually following it. So I want to welcome our newest Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Sebastian. If we keep this order up, I believe you'll be next year, Ms. Bell. So pay attention and get ready. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Pritchett, and then Ms. Bell. You got time. Pay attention and get ready. Sorry, didn't mean to blame my head and not my heart. Which is a great segue to our next thing. Is she coming back? Okay. So just in here was Captain Cotton Tooks. She lost her mom over the holidays, and I wanted her and her family to know that she's still in our prayers, as well as Chief Donna Dingler, who lost her father during the holidays. You all are in our prayers. Captain Cotton Tooks, we had a high service at the Enon Baptist Church. A few of us almost broke out into a shout. Well, I did. So yeah, you all are still in our prayers. The First Dog and I, there are so many events, and as you heard, there are more coming. So again, charge it to my head and not my heart if I did not make anyone's particular event. But we did visit about 10 Christmas events held by council members and local organizations. So there'll be a reel. You can follow the First Dog on his Instagram or TikTok at COSF First Dog, the number 1 for First Dog. This month we will, no, I'm sorry, you can take it back. We will, as always, the fourth Saturdays be at Canine Crossing Park, our city's dog park, for our park and pause. Zion looks forward to it every month, so bring your fur babies out to meet the First Dog. We'll be there, and we will be doing a champagne toast to the New Year's. for those who might be concerned, it is a doggy champagne, so it's actually like jerky flavored, but it contains no alcohol. We're working on alcohol permits. We'll talk about that another time. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. As you heard, the city of South Fulton is celebrating the greatest son of our sister city, Dr. Martin Luther King. We will be closed for January 15th, and you can go into the next slide. There will be several events happening throughout the city. You can find them at cityofsouthfultonga.gov or on Instagram or Facebook at COSFGA, or by texting the word Fulton to 33777. Those are your announcements. Please govern yourselves accordingly. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 10, consent agenda, and there's actually only one item you're approving is item 9, consent agenda proclamations.
I move to approve the consent agenda proclamations.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, that was approved. You want to?
Yeah, Councilmember Rao made the motion. Councilmember Willis seconded the motion.
All right, thank you. I will entertain that vote by a show of hands.
Record that. Approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
The next item is request council approval of a resolution appointing the mayor pro tempore, Councilmember J.C. Sebastian. This item sponsored by Councilmembers Sebastian, Ryle, Gums, Williams, Brown, and Pritchett.
I move, I gleefully and delightfully move approval of this resolution for Mayor Pro Tem J.C. Sebastian to take the reins.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
I just want to thank colleagues for supporting this. I know it's not something that you guys had to do. And also, Mayor, I want to thank you for the idea of making sure that we all actually get a chance to do this. However, having said that, I don't expect to do too much of your job because I will be coming to you for a piece of your check. So I'm putting you on notice. But guys, thank you all. Thank you very much.
Discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So I just want to make sure, because there's some confusion around that we did not adopt the mayor's legislation to automatically do this, to appoint the next person every year. So it is a decision that the council has to make. And the charter dictates when the pro tem should be put into effect, and that is when the mayor is absent, incoherent, or what was the third thing? Absent or deceased. Thank you. I yield.
Preferably, those things will not be happening in 2024 or beyond.
Take another thing.
Seeing and hearing no further discussion, I'll entertain this vote by a show of hands.
Court is unanimous. That item is approved. 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, congratulations. Mayor Pro Tem, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 13. Request council approval of a resolution in recognition of Deacon Johnny Holloman Sr. to amend and/or remove the signature requirement for citations issued by the South Fulton Police Department if a motorist refuses, and for other purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve this measure.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes.
Yes, so Mayor, I did speak with one of the attorneys who's representing this family, and they did request for this legislation to be named after Deacon Johnny Holloman Sr. And then I found out that Deacon Johnny Holloman Sr. was also a close relative of and church member of LaShondra Little's, and she had known him her whole life. I've also spoken to a state lawmaker to make strides towards making this a state law. The city of Atlanta police department did change its general orders, but the thing about general orders is that, and SOPs, is that any police can come in and change them. And so it is my hope and desire that cities go ahead and adopt this. This is a no-brainer to me. It also promotes de-escalation in traffic stop matters. And that's all I have to say about this.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
I appreciate this measure. I did speak with Chief Meadows and some other officers in law enforcement. I know we have one still in the room, but from my understanding, the city of South Fulton already has, our officers already have that discretion, and many of our officers have been in that situation where people refuse to sign and they just continue to let them go about their business. They also have inquired as to the statistics, whether people that sign versus that don't sign, what is the difference in their attendance in court. And there is no difference from what I was told by a judicial officer and also by a law enforcement officer. So I appreciate you formalizing this, but our city, it is, I want citizens to know that our officers receive a lot of training, that our officers are good people that have a tough job, and that in our city, I hope that we never have any incidents where that rise to that level of violence, whether you sign or you don't. So thank you again for offering this resolution.
And may I add, this resolution does take discretion away. So this is how we will be formally moving forward. And this is in no way saying that our officers are not using this discretion. But what this does is take discretion away. And going forward in the city of South Fulton, if people refuse to sign, there's no admission of guilt if they receive a citation. But they will just notate on the signature on the citation, the officers refuse to sign. Thank you.
May I ask you a question?
I guess I'm not needed.
May I ask you a question?
The chair has recognized Councilwoman Willis. The chair now recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
So if you're saying that this takes away discretion of an officer allowing someone not to sign or sign, are we just doing away with signing altogether? Is that what this is?
No, it does not. I work closely with Chief Meadows on this, and he totally agrees with this legislation. What this legislation does do is mandate if an officer approaches a traffic violator and the traffic violator is contentious and says they don't want to sign a ticket, they would just simply say, well, an admission, this issuing you this issue is no admission of guilt, and they just notate, refuse to sign on the ticket, they issue the ticket and they move on.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain this vote by a show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 14, second read, request council approval of an ordinance to amend Title I, Administration, Chapter 6, Municipal Employees of the Code of Ordinance of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, and for other lawful purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Gumbs.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the ordinance to amend Title I Administration, Chapter 6, Municipal Employees of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, Georgia, and other lawful purposes.
Second.
Discussion.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
So I just wanted to kind of give an update. The HR legislation sets a higher standard of hiring in our city by ensuring that we are hired based on background and education, while also providing an avenue for employees to seek higher opportunities and education. It also cleans up any and updates language that we have since we moved away from the operations of it. But this legislation has been vetted by the city manager, the attorney, and HR. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear in that. I think last time there was some concern.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain this vote by a show of hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 15, second read, request council approval of an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance as amended for the purpose of amending the regulations related to food truck permits and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Pritchett.
I move to approve the council's, this ordinance to amend our zoning for the purpose of regulations related to food truck permits.
Second. Gomes.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain this vote by a show of hands. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there discussion?
I think that we do have one note by our director. I didn't see him in the back. We're going to hold that vote for 1 second. Go ahead, Director McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I would ask that council hold this particular item. We do still have to go through the public hearing process for this. This is a text amendment to the zoning ordinance. It has to go through the Planning Commission, just like any other zoning change. So it was introduced because it's council initiated. It was introduced by ordinance through City Council. That was technically the first read, but we won't be able to do the second read until after we satisfy those Georgia zoning procedures law requirements.
It's a motion to hold.
All right, so I will entertain a motion to reconsider.
I withdraw my initial motion, and I motion to hold this until after the public hearing with planning and zoning.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I have discussion. This is the first that I'm hearing of this. Will this hearing be on the 13th or on the 23rd? Do we need more time?
We need more time. This is a greater discussion that we'll likely have during the retreat, but because of some developments that have happened with the official legal organ that we are required to use by law to advertise zoning cases, our timeline has been stretched out a little bit, so this probably won't be able to go until the February Planning Commission meeting, which will likely push us to March as far as the council vote goes.
Okay. We will definitely not be relaxing and luxuriating at this retreat. We have a very packed agenda. I will entertain this vote by a show of hands.
The motion to hold was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 16, procurement and contracts. Item 16 is request council approval of an intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County for the city to provide fire protection, fire suppression, emergency medical response, community risk reduction, disaster mitigation, rescue, hazard material response, technical response, ancillary fire services, and support assistance and first response non-transport emergency medical services within the specific boundaries of the county, Fulton Industrial Boulevard. The county should pay to the city an annual amount of $356,250.00. The county shall pay to the city an annual amount of $356,250.00 $50.00.
I move to approve the IGA with, to provide services to Fulton Industrial Boulevard in addition to accepting the intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County for the period January 1st through December 31st, 2024 for animal control services in the amount of $930,300.
Second.
Mr. Clerk.
Sebastian.
Had Councilmember Rao with the motion and Councilmember Sebastian with the second.
All right.
We need discussion on item number 17.
Yes, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Madam City Manager wants to discuss.
The amount is actually over $2 million. It'll be prorated for, this is on the animal services, it'll be prorated for our fiscal year, but on an annual basis, it's closer to $2 million.
You had that amount?
I'm not sure.
Or is it accurate to state it as listed, that covers us through the December 31st?
Well, because you're approving the IGA, this is the fiscal year amount. I did ask them to update that. My apologies. That's the prorated amount for 2024, but the total amount is right about $2 million a year.
It's up to 2028?
So would it be safe not to exceed 2 point something per year?
Yes.
Is 2 million sufficient, or it needs to be above that?
It's above that.
Yeah, Dr. Cooper provided $2,373,643. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
Okay. I amend my motion for the animal control portion, item 17, to $2,373,643.
Is that an annual amount?
That is an annual amount. We have so many.
All right, any further discussion?
Yes.
I have discussion. I have, I don't get a vote. It's just so funny. I remember being a council person and hearing that so often. However, over the holidays, Zion and I, while out on one of our runs, found a dog. I think she was 17. She was very old. She was wandering out in the middle of the street, and she did not have a collar. And we called animal control. They did call back about 12 hours later. $2 million is a lot. And I think when we started, we were paying about $1 million a year, and I am just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. I hope that, we have this new center on Fulton Industrial, which is much closer to our city. But I just have to go on record to say that I don't think that we get $2 million worth of service, and I really hope to see improved animal control in this new year. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian. I heard you first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you. I've often have constituents who called for this service and complain that they don't get timely service, if at all. I'm not sure what type of measurables we put in place to see to it that we get in value of this $2 million per year. And by the way, is this $2 million per year up to 2028?
Yes, it is a 4-year agreement.
Right. So we will basically be spending over $10 million or close to it.
Yeah, $2,449,952. So I held this a few times and got several calls from Fulton County.
But we can call them back.
Huh?
We can call them back.
And so we did finally get Mr. Mohammed and Mr. McClendon a meeting with them yesterday, specifically around service level and responsiveness. The service levels, I sent you an email with an attachment from Mr. McClendon, and it outlines the service level expectations that is in the contract. However, our experience has not been consistent with what is outlined. So they have contracted it out. So they are dealing with a third party, and of course, they have their beautiful new facility, all of which the cost is passed on to us. Our portion of the total, $12 million a year, is second only largest to the city of Atlanta. So the upside of being the second largest is, but the downside is we're getting the second, after the city of Atlanta, we have the largest share of the cost to own and operate the facility. So I'm sure buried in that cost there is debt service. So it is my hope that we will have a better experience going forward. The dialogue has been open, and they understand our level of dissatisfaction.
All right, thank you. It's really a lot of money we have to, and yes, because of our size, we pay when it comes to these type of things, multi-city agreements. So we don't have much of a choice, but the service level thing, we have to hold them accountable to it.
Agree.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield.
The chair recognizes District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Rowe.
They really covered it. I'd expressed concern, too, about some requests I had from citizens and the timeliness of the response or lack thereof. We really need to monitor this. I know we're kind of limited. I mean, it's not a lot of people picking up and taking care of animals, but I'd be interested, particularly since we're the number 2, what is Sandy Springs and some of the other people doing? Do they have some other options that they're exploring? They all doing the same thing.
Everybody's doing the same thing. So, in my entire career, the most difficult time I've ever had is dealing with animal services. And so the level of advocacy and the complexities around animal services are extraordinary, and they carry a advocacy group with them that is extraordinarily hard to deal with. So when I looked at the memo of the breakdown, everybody is paying.
Yeah. Okay.
Proportionately based on the size of our population.
Then I charge the residents of the city of South Fulton to get an advocacy group around that, as opposed to some of the other things, and really advocate for us to have best-in-class animal services. Yeah. And to consistently be on it.
We have the facility for it now.
Right. I mean, the facility is beautiful, but I'm talking about the serviceness, the response to our residents.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gomes.
So I think you've answered most of my questions. This has definitely been a thorn in our side since becoming a city, the amount of money that we spend for animal services. And I think I read something in your memo about they will respond in regards to dog bites and things of that nature. But as we all know, they are very, very slow to respond and coming to pick those dogs up. And by the time they get over there, the dogs are gone or lost or whatever. But there is an advocacy group that has been started on behalf of South Fulton from the residents. They've started Facebook pages and everything else in regards to that. But who will be monitoring, or I guess, how can I say, the deliverables? Because again, sometimes we complain and we send those complaints in, but we don't know where they're going. So who will be actually managing the deliverables, and if they are following through with the contract?
Sure. Division Director Paul Mohammed will be doing that as part of his code enforcement responsibilities, and code now reports up to Mr. McClendon.
Okay. And do we have any, like, can we hold off payments? Can we hold off certain things if they're not meeting those deliverables for our city?
So I don't know that there's a provision for us to hold off payment. However, once we have this in place, I'm going to make sure that Mr. Muhammad is periodically doing reports, meeting with them on a regular basis, ensuring that essentially they're meeting the service level agreement as outlined in this contract.
Okay. Is there something that we can put like maybe something in C-Click Fix so we can actually track the data so, residents can call in if they're calling to animal control and they're not getting a response or something of that nature? Maybe we can add a field or something just to track it so we'll have that data. Okay. That's all. Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you want to say something, Paul?
That's one of the things, greetings to you, Council, Mayor, and City Manager. That was one of the things we discussed, was integrating them into C-Click Fix as well in a way that we can monitor it. Because right now it comes to us, and then we just call them or try to call them anyway. So that's one of the things that we talked about, and they thought it was a great idea as well. And we also talked about the monthly monitoring and monthly meetings to make sure that they meet in the service level agreement, answering calls and being responsive.
Okay. I think that'll be good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
So the problem with this is that we really have no other options, and they know that. But I also would challenge my colleagues, just like we are council members that are responsible for municipal services, we have 3 people in this area that is responsible for county services. And if we're not getting proper county services, we should be reaching out to our chairman of the county commission and the 2 commissioners that represent this area and let them know that, look, this is not acceptable. You all are getting this amount of money every year to provide a service. We are really getting hammered by residents and your residents too about the service, and we need you all to, hold your county manager accountable for making sure that animal services serve your community. And it's a lot of things that we're taking blame for that we shouldn't be. And that's senior services, that's animal services. People are upset we don't have a senior community where we were promised one on Stonewall Tail, and no strides have been made. They say I heard a council member went and tried to get them to buy another building when they had already committed to they already have the land and the space to build the senior services on Stonewall Tail. So we need to really start holding the county commission as a whole feet to the fire for the lack of services that we are receiving here in our community, the largest city south of I-20. Thank you.
The chair recognizes, is there anyone else? I don't have the queue up. All right. I do have one follow-up question. I think that was an excellent suggestion, Councilwoman Gomes. However, do we pay, because this came up in a South Fulton mayor's meeting once, do we pay by the call?
No.
Okay. All right. All right, well, thank you. With no further questions or comments, I will entertain this vote by show of hands.
With the amended number?
Yes, with the amended numbers,
With
yes.
the corrected number. My apologies for that.
Yeah, that motion was approved unanimously as amended.
All right, we have one more item, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. Last item was the item removed from the consent agenda. It's request council approval of the 2024 revised city council meeting schedule. And just for everyone's edification, the change was the presidential primary fell on March 12th, so the proposal was to move it to the 13th, but I believe Councilman Sebastian has a different recommendation.
Yes, I want my colleagues to consider putting this back further by one more date to Thursday. The National Leagues of Cities is the 11th to the 13th, and I know some of us go to that in DC, and I don't think we would want to be cutting that short to come back for the council meeting that we're moving anyway. So rather than going to Wednesday, I want to propose that we go to Thursday.
On the council schedule?
My proposal is for us to go to Thursday, the 14th of March, instead of Wednesday, the 13th of March.
I support that recommendation.
No.
Yes, I just looked it up for NLC. Yeah, I'm on the website now.
Yeah, it's 11 to the 15.
Yeah.
Because I'm planning.
We've got some discussion, and I'm going to allow it.
Actually, NLC manager, yes, it's here.
The chair recognizes Councilman. I was looking at the. Do you mind just pulling up a calendar so we can just see one on screen? So there may be some alternate dates. I know some people might be tired and have been away for a few days from a trip, and so then to do one of these might be a bit much. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Yes, that's my conflict, coming back from NLC, and I'm not rushing to come back to rush to do this. It's a lot of wear and tear. It's a lot of information, education. Really won't have time to effectively prepare for this meeting, coming from a whole nother state and all the stuff we gather and.
So I'm gonna offer just a few suggestions. I don't think that we don't have to stay here tonight and figure this out. We got thanks to our new schedule, we will have another chance to vote on this in 2 weeks, on the 23rd. But one suggestion is that we could move it up a week to the 5th. Although that would be right after our meeting on the 27th. The other suggestion is, that's why I was looking at the calendar, there are actually 5 Tuesdays in April. And so we might want to stretch it out that way, or stretch out some meetings that way. But perhaps we could take a motion to table this item, discuss it amongst ourselves. I think this is something that there would not be a problem, not discussing in members of less than a quorum, and maybe coming back with a more thought through suggestion. But the chair recognizes Councilwoman Rao.
Rather than hold up the adoption of the calendar for the year, why don't we just have the one meeting in the month of March, which is the 4th Tuesday, and be done with it?
So I'm sorry, I do just want to respond to that. So we have already adopted the calendar for the year. This would just be a revision. So we've adopted the calendar for the year.
Okay.
And we have time to move this one again.
So this is the only date that it impacts.
This is the only date that it impacts.
Gotcha,
and I will also say, given how many zoning cases we have, I don't know that we, until we change the process, I don't know that we can skip a meeting, because then we just have like a 4-hour zoning meeting. The chair recognizes.
What Tuesday is this that we are in conflict with? This is the second Tuesday?
Second Tuesday, yes.
And you said we have 5 Tuesdays that month?
5 Tuesdays the next month.
So why, it's really not that complicated if we can't have it on the 2nd and 4th Tuesday, can we have it on the, yeah, the 3rd and 4th Tuesday, or either the 4th and 5th Tuesday.
There's not 5 Tuesdays, by the way. It's only 4.
This the following month that has extra.
The following month has
5 the following month that has extra Tuesday.
Yes. So if we did the 4th and 5th Tuesday, we're doing this now. The 3rd and 4th Tuesday, I'm sorry, we'd do the 19th and the 26th, and then we'd have a break. We wouldn't have another meeting until the 9th.
And that's for February or March?
So we'll have 3 meetings in 4 weeks.
So we'd have 2 meetings, then we'd have a break, and then we'd have we'd have a meeting on the 9th, then we'd have a break, then we'd have a meeting on the 23rd, then we'd have a break, and then we have a meeting on the 7th.
I mean, we have to do what we have to do, because I do agree that that would not give us preparation time trying to come back from a conference.
So are we going to go with 19th? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah.
19th and 26th?
Yes.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, I motion that we amend this calendar to have the Wednesday, March 13th proposed meeting moved to March 19th.
All right. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. We'll take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
Chair.
I move that we adjourn.
Wait, hold on. The chair hasn't recognized anyone yet. The chair does recognize Councilwoman Willis.
Can you ask can we ask the clerk to send us a calendar invite so we can update that on our calendar? Yeah, because he usually sends us calendar invite.
All right, thank you. And I'm sure that you will also update our website as well. All right, now I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded by everyone. Councilwoman Bell, welcome to the show. You've survived your first 6-hour meeting, 6.5 hours. And with that, I'll entertain a vote by a show of hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 9:57 p.m.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.